after making a splash at the Sony press conference here at E3 2015. I've got the guys from Treyarch on the couch to talk about Call of Duty Black Ops 3. Joining me, Jason Blundell and David Vonderhaar from Treyarch. Guys, hey. E3, Black Ops 3, you got big smiles on your faces. You feeling good?
It's fantastic. It's great kind of getting on the stage, well, Vaughn being on the stage and showing and kind of revealing Black Ops 3 to the public. It's fantastic.
Yeah, showing it wide, getting people to get a glimpse of that 4-player co-op campaign, switching between, and we'll take a look at that in a minute. But yeah, Vaughn, you were up on stage yourself, man.
Look, this is a really big day for us. 12-year history of the franchise. Call of Duty multiplayer has never been playable on the show floor, so there's a first time for everything, and feels good to be a part of that. The booth looks great. There's a great setup over there. A lot of stations, a lot of hands-on time. Feels good to get the game out in the hands of people.
You going to be looking over some shoulders later on today?
We have a special arrangement where we can see out over into the thing from up top.
It's a little bit like the Truman Show. We can kind of, like overlords, we can look onto the space, you know?
That's not sinister at all, given your, your world view here in Black Ops 3, guys.
It's a dark, twisted future, you know?
It is a dark, twisted future, and we're jumping right into it here, sort of showing us the waiting for team setup. And I want to talk about the 4-player campaign. I mean, cooperative play throughout.
It's fantastic. So this is a return to kind of co-op for campaign. The last time we did it was World at War. Mm-hmm. And this one, we kind of started from the ground up. Considering about kind of co-op, and it was like, okay, well, as soon as you start thinking about 4 players kind of going through that space, you start thinking about larger spaces. And you start thinking about larger spaces, then we had to kind of fundamentally like reconsider our AI system. So the AI is absolutely brand new. It's a brand new system because it has to deal with those multiple players being able to move around there. And then a brand new animation set on top of that. So all the animations are brand new. And then as we did that, we're like, well, while we're in there, okay, different archetypes, new archetypes. So rather than just kind of the standard, like, here's the kind of grunt guy, we've got, like, different kind of guys there who have different strategies. We have bipedal robots now for the first time. And they have a different strategy. They don't have to worry about self-preservation, so they're not hiding behind the cover, popping up and shooting. They'll walk forward. They'll actually go into formation, so the AI can actually communicate together and to go into phalanx kind of formations, or if one's charging, kind of link up and connect together. You know, a robot can say, I'm going to charge in a column, because even if you kill the first one, the second one will get you,
The second one will keep marching.
So, so brand new AI system, the co-op. And then with co-op, it's then about personalization. So, something that MP has been very strong for MP all this time, we can now get into co-op as well, so into campaign, which is customizing your weapons, cyber cores, these new abilities that you kind of see kind of being activated in the clip as well, changing the character's look, even now the sex of the character as well, where you're going to be a male or female. And as you go through the campaign, you get more options to kind of customize it so you can have your own personality and decide kind of what kind of soldier you want to be.
Never short on ambition, you Treyarch guys, huh?
If it's worth doing, do it right, you know?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think the customization really comes into play all the more because you have 4 players out there on the field. You don't want everyone having the same guns and the same abilities, because the nature of co-op play is you get that diversity of experience. You get that sort of different people stepping into different roles, adapting as the battlefield develops.
And we're seeing that as they're playing it, right? So, we've got guys on the team who are like, I'm a rusher. So they get the shotgun, they pimp the shotgun out. They then equip cybercore abilities that are very much about kind of proximity and close proximity with guys. Then we have other guys who kind of hang back, In the MP world, that would be campers, and that's a bad thing. But in campaign, it's support, right? So they can move back and shoot guys in the field. As you're seeing like on the video at the moment, this is one of our kind of more open areas. So rather than the follow guy, it's here's this space, here's this objective, move around it in whatever way you want to solve the problem, right? And we've got these quad tanks, and there's reinforcements being brought in as well. And he's doing the wall runs there. These are all upgrades that you can purchase. So I may take that option. I might think that my strategy is a death from above strategy, and hence wall running and double jumping and other techniques are key to my strategy. While another guy might say, no, my strategy is more like detonation and setting traps and doing other things.
So Vaughn, when you come into a situation like this, you're playing a little campaign co-op, helping out the guys on the campaign side. Do you find yourself channeling some multiplayer tactics, or is it a whole different situation?
No, look, for me it's a different situation, but it really depends on the group that you're playing with. So what I love about it on a very personal level is you would set up and play any one of these levels like you would from a multiplayer point of view, which is to say, hey, if you take this and I take this, we'll be most effective. And what's kind of fun is when you go back and play it again, you're trying to figure out the best combination of stuff to put together on your squad to be successful. Like, we weren't so good with that, and if we had done this instead, so let's change our equipment or loadout and take these abilities, cybercore abilities instead, or these guns instead. And that's very got a kind of a sandbox vibe to it that's very prominent in multiplayer.
Yeah.
And it's kind of injecting its way into this, and I feel like, that's great because you're putting the universe of multiplayer and what would be a traditional campaign experience, and putting those together, bringing them a little closer, makes the game more connected. And I think all of us at Treyarch have been trying to find a way to do that.
And I think it's like, because we wanted a game that not only you can play through single player and go through, but then also come back with your friends. Maybe you've progressed further, but your friends a little bit earlier. You want to be able to come back there and still be having a fun time. And so there's different spaces to explore in different areas where you might not have seen it the first time. So that's by you taking those systems and this AI stuff, you can allow different and new experiences each time you kind of come back and play it.
Really interesting to see the way that, the sort of campaign and multiplayer areas of design sort of feed off each other and get intermingled in terms of the core philosophy here with Call of Duty.
I mean, it's one of the things that the 3-year development cycle gave us was the ability to spend that first year trying to figure how much we get to mingle together.
It makes me so happy. We were talking about this earlier, which is seeing narrative elements now entering into multiplayer, seeing kind of characters with personality and so forth. I live and breathe for telling stories and the narrative, and then obviously the fun. And as we've now got co-op in there as well, it's like taking more from the MP. And then I love the fact that I'm now seeing personality kind of coming into the MP game as well.
Jason's referring to the specialists, the 9 playable characters in MP, and they have backstories, and there's a secret way in the campaign game that they're referenced, right? Because it's a big universe, so you don't see them verbatim, and you keep the universe big. You connect them to the world, and they're part of the timeline, sort of indirectly, and it's a little bit of a secret how, but it's fun.
And if there's one thing we know about Treyarch, it's how you guys love your layered stories, your interconnection, your zombie trickery, and all that stuff.
Right.
Talk about that.
We're not going to use that word.
Well, we'll look forward to hearing that word maybe a little later this year as we look towards the fall release of Call of Duty. You guys have set a date, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. So PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC, and we're on November 6th.
Fantastic. David Vonderhaar, Jason Blundell, thank you guys so much for coming on. Kicking off our stage show here with Call of Duty Black Ops 3. Coming up next, folks, a game that made a splash at Sony's press conference, debuted for the first time, Horizon Zero Dawn. One of the best things every year at E3 is the surprises, the games you didn't know were coming, and the games that blow you away when you see them for the very first time. One of those is Horizon Zero Dawn from Guerrilla Games, and joining me on the couch now, Herman and JB. Guys, thank you so much for coming here, and thank you so much for debuting such an awesome-looking game.
Thank you. It's fantastic to be here.
Yeah, is it that kind of thing of like, you've been working on this game for a little while now, and now everyone gets to see it for the first time. You can say the word Horizon in confidence.
Horizon Zero Dawn. Just say it once, JB.
You know, Horizon Zero Dawn.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And it's been a long time coming. We've been working on this game for almost 5 years.
Wow.
So it's very exciting for us to finally be here and show it to the rest of the world.
And I mean, but mine brims with so many questions, but for those of you who didn't catch the reveal at Sony's press conference, basically sort of a post-apocalypse world. It's like the apocalypse happened, everyone was recovering, sure, but now it's like the distant future to the point where the old ones who built these skyscrapers are myth.
Exactly. So the cataclysm happened. We're about 1,000 years on. So nature has completely reclaimed the land, and that's where the twist is. Human life is no longer the dominant species. It's now the machines that run the show.
Yeah, I was wondering, so you guys, they're machines, clearly, sort of the creatures, but this is an ecosystem that's developed, and there are carnivores and herbivores, if you could call them carnivores and herbivores. I mean, you guys had to kind of puzzle out a whole web of nature when designing those creatures, right?
Yeah, there's a whole ecology there, and it's all very intertwined. We're not really going to tell you basically how all the robots are interconnected and what their exact backstory is, but basically that's one of the big mysteries about playing the game and finding that out.
But in the movie, you could already call out a couple of the elements where you see the machines working together. Aloy, she's taken out the little Watcher, because clearly he will alert some of the bigger, more aggressive machines. And so you see them come together. You also see that some of these grazers, you have the regular herd-like, but also more the alpha guys that will take you on. So there's a lot of collaboration between the machines.
And then, of course, the giant sort of dinosaur, brontosaurus-esque ones looming in the background. Just all these questions come to mind. Are those discs, do they get solar power? You know, how do they do all this stuff? And I think that, you know, obviously we're not going to go too deep into it now, but just the way that sort of sparks the imagination. Was this something that for you guys was really, must have been just a tremendous act of creativity and collaboration?
Yeah, especially from a story point, basically just weaving this whole universe, basically where the robots and a sort of tribal form of mankind live next to each other. It's been really interesting playing with those two components and seeing how they interlock.
And we haven't even seen sort of the nobles. They're referenced in the trailer, but this is just one tribe. There's a whole human society in addition to, you know, the creatures we see.
And that's exactly what this game is about. All these big questions, these machines, where did they come from? Why are they here? How does Aloy, as the playable character, how does she relate to them? And she's taken us on a journey to uncover exactly these kind of mysteries.
And I think the word relate there is so key. One of the moments that a lot of people I talked to about this really latched onto was when she takes out that first creature and says, shh, you know, she's gentle, she says, sorry, little one. There's a kind of respect shown for the creatures. It's not this normal adversarial man versus machine relationship.
Now, to the people of this world, basically, these machines are part of nature. They are a form of nature, and they've never actually known a world without these machines. So to them, basically, they don't really see the difference between the geese and the birds and the fish, or the machines, basically, that walk the land.
Yes, because they're also organic creatures. You see birds fly. It's not all machine creatures. It's just another pillar of this whole world. And all right, I want to talk lore and the creation of these creatures forever, but now we're in combat here, and let's talk a little bit about this. You guys have gone from Killzone, the series, first-person shooter, par excellence, and now into a third-person action game. There's shooting, sort of. What's your philosophy for what kind of experience you want to create for the player in combat?
So clearly you see Aloy being a member of a relatively primitive tribe, taking on a massive, giant robotic machine here. So she's the raw power she can never match. So she will have to be smart, she will have to be agile, and that is before, during, and after combat. She's got a bow with a lot of different types of ammo on it. She's got a rope caster to tie him down. It's all about intelligence, agility and knowledge here in terms of combat. And obviously we're building on the experience we've gained making Killzone. Killzone was all about tactical combat, and so is Horizon. So in that sense, we're kind of building on the legacy.
And you know, we're seeing the protagonist here, Adeline, is that her name?
Aloy.
Aloy?
Aloy.
Alor. And she's using weapons that are sort of machine salvaged, machine built, but when you talk about the human society, you guys talk about nobles, and that sort of implies a different scale of weaponry and of organization and of society. So that's just another part of the world creation, I'd imagine.
That's the part of it, basically. The tribes in this world have very little understanding of technology. They're not at that level yet, but they do have this very high level of technology in nature. So these machines basically have their own elements. Basically, they have ammo types that are explosives or certain weapons. And Aloy's type of combat is also about being resourceful, about gathering these resources and combining them, making new weapons out of it that they can use against the machines.
Yeah, and let's talk about something that's, you know, gathering resources, stuff that's outside of combat. Can you give a little hint about what kind of the gameplay flow is going to be between combat times and and exploration or anything like that?
I think it's a little early to go in too much depth on the RPG side of things, but in this movie, you already see you see her actually harvesting some of the elements. You see in the weaponry that there's robotic elements, machine elements already on her weapons. She uses that for her armor, for her ammo, and other things. You see the grazers; they're kind of mining the earth. You see the canisters that she's after. So clearly, these have a purpose for her. So that's a big part of this game. It is an action open world RPG.
It is an open world RPG with competitive multiplayer added in, of course.
And we're making a single player game. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. And it just looks gorgeous too. I mean, you guys have been working on it for 5 years, but in 5 years, tech has changed, tech has evolved, but you guys at Guerrilla have always sort of been on top, keeping your game, sort of at the bleeding edge.
Talk to the art director.
Yeah, how do you sort of, art direction and then technical execution, you guys just marry those so well.
Yeah, well, building Killzone has always been a very good experience. Basically, we love science fiction, but this was something completely new for us as well. Building very large worlds is a completely new, different challenge. So
yeah.
all
Not
the
a lot of greenery on Helgen.
All the artists basically went from, okay, I'm really good at making metal and concrete, and now, okay, I'm gonna become really fucking good at making trees and grass and big mountains.
So do you guys just have nature documentaries running in the background all day long?
All day.
Lots of it. But a world like this, I mean, this is at an apocalypse, but then 1,000 years on. Try to think that through conceptually. There is obviously no photographic reference of a world like that. So everything is being discussed by the team, and not just the art team, but predominantly also the design team. It's been a lot of sussing out for us.
I would imagine so. And just, kind of conceptualizing what kind of story you want to tell in the world, because you're taking on, at least the themes that come to mind, the man versus machine, the sort of technology versus nature. You're subverting that in a big way, but so there's power to be found and identification in terms of our natural reactions. Oh God, the giant robot monster must be evil, but you're really sort of playing at maybe something that's more nuanced than that.
There are a lot of big themes here. Life after us, what happens actually when humankind no longer is that dominant species. There's also the autonomy of machines, of drones. Like, how does that work? So we're not necessarily answering all those scientific questions in great detail in this game, but they are kind of the backdrop for us coming up with these big concepts.
Yeah, I don't need to know what the exact chemistry is of these green tanks on the back of the Grazer here, but man.
There is a reason for all of that in the game.
Oh, yeah. I guess that's another challenge, right? If you're building an entire world, an entire new place you're conceptualizing, you also have to have some focus. Otherwise, you're never going to develop a game. You got to sort of pare down the things that are important to you. And so in terms of the player experience, what were some of those pillars of what's important to you guys with Horizon Zero Dawn?
Well, there's a couple of aspects. First of all, basically exploration. Basically, this is a large world. There's a lot of mysteries in it, there's a lot of stories to tell, so we want the player to go out there and find interesting places, see a point on the horizon and go there and find adventure there. That's really important for us. But of course, it's also a combat game. It is an open world action adventure, and that action part is really important to us. So as you go out there, basically there's lots of activities to do and lots of creatures to fight, and also lots of humans to fight, of course, as well.
There were a couple of big themes, obviously, that are major pillars for us. It is the nature versus the advanced technology. That is a big one. It is that David versus Goliath feeling of the primitive hunter versus these giant robotic machines. So these are a couple of these kind of tensions that we've been playing with and that are very key to this game.
Yeah, and we see that in the loadout of the the different sort of explosive arrows, the rope arrows, the different ways that you have in combat to take on a boss. And I think that what was particularly inspiring about that particular fight here is it's not just shoot the big thing until the big thing, until the damage bar goes all the way down. It's not just shoot it at the one weak point 1 or 2 times until it falls down. There's more going on. There's more challenge. There's more dynamics there. And
Aloy she's not just a brutish hunter that likes to kill things for killing's sake. She's very respectful. She's a very curious character. She's in a way a champion of life, so she does what she needs to do.
And there's that philosophy that many associate with sort of the Native American tribes having that respect for nature. And do you guys sort of draw on any particular rebels of history or of human civilization now and in the past to sort of inspire you? Any touchstones in particular?
As part of the research, we looked at every single tribe that ever existed and read their stories, and Native American tribes are part of that as well, but also Mongolian tribes or African tribes, basically just looking basically at how humanity sort of lives in its most primeval form.
Which is not a confirmation that all of these tribes are in Horizon.
Just to clarify. Well, yeah, I mean, it was, you even early on, sort of the trailer, you're getting a look at a very diverse kind of humanity, and I think that that's one of the powerful things in terms of imagining a new future. What kind of diversity do you have there? What kind of societies have come up, given that it's basically sort of, the world has gone through a millennia of upheaval and human shifting and nature
talking
rising.
About these tribes, they have never known a world without these machines in it. So the old ones, that's us, right? So the way they deal with the machines is very different. Some hunt them down, some might find other ways of dealing with them. They might find a way to make them friendlier. They might, a lot of different ways of dealing with them.
Sure, it's
that
easy to
identifies,
imagine.
Distinguishes the difference between the tribes.
Between the tribes, their
Exactly.
own philosophy as how they take on the world. I mean, it's easy to imagine animal husbandry developing, with a grazing population, for example.
And of course, every tribe has their own story of their origin, maybe how they came to be, what the machines are doing. None of all of these stories are correct, of course. Maybe there's lots of mythology and legend there as well.
Well, Horizon Zero Dawn, a world full of stories, and at this point, a lot of mysteries that I personally am so eager to explore. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on and taking the time to talk about a new game, Horizon
Thank you.
Zero Dawn. It's looking fantastic, folks. I hope you're as excited as I am, because I'm really excited. All right, stay with us. We are coming back to the GameSpot stage here at E3 with another exciting game demo. Just a moment.
Brought to you by MSI Computers. MSI, #1 in gaming. Find out more at us.msi.com.
And then, of course, Microsoft closed out their press conference with one of their big franchise. We all knew it was going to come. Gears of War. They said Gears of War Ultimate Edition. It's the original Gears, remastered, modernized, coming out on August 25th. But it's Gears of War 4 that we saw the longer demo for.
Gears 4. They've dropped
Sorry,
the of
you're
war.
Right. Very cool.
There's
Yeah,
no war
very true.
happening. There's just Gears. 4 of them.
Gears
apparently.
4, and it starts off, and it's a guy we don't really recognize in a dark place, and then he's with a woman. They are they the new Marcus and Dom?
Yeah,
for
Marcus
Gears
and
4?
Anya.
Marcus and Anya?
Yeah,
But I
there
mean,
they are.
she's playable right from the get-go.
Yeah.
It took till Gears of War 3 for Anya to take to
Yeah,
the field.
true.
But here we are. It's very dark. Right there, we see there are
Two
moons.
moons.
And so I did a little Googling, and according to Gearspedia, there, Sarah, the planet that Gears of War takes place on, has only one moon. So
This
odds
is
are
another
this
planet.
could be a new planet.
place.
Obviously, they share some technology. We see the
Chainsaws,
the Lancer. This shotgun on the Gnasher on his back looks
Yep.
very familiar.
Yep.
It
It looks really, really cool. I'm just having flashbacks to playing the first 2 Gears games in co-op, and I'm just so excited about it now. I'd never realized how much I cared about Gears until right now. Like, we're seeing it again, being like, man, I remember having so much fun with Gears. I'm looking forward to seeing more of it now. And, I mean, expanded fiction, sure, why not? This is a chance for them to actually try and tell a better story. I mean, the first Gears game had the most interesting story of it because it was laying out a universe, and this
it
is
had the
kind
benefit of being the origin.
yeah, exactly.
right?
And if they treat this in a similar fashion, where they reset everything and kind of draw a line underneath all the other stuff that happened before and tell a new Gears story, it could be an opportunity to like go back to that first game and have an interesting story to tell
Don't touch
again.
that.
Don't touch
Look,
that.
it's not only that he touches it, he leans over
yeah,
it.
he leans
and so
over
he
it.
gets
It's just like
right
yeah,
in his face.
right in-
In terms of, you were talking about new fiction, we also see new enemies. So perhaps instead of, the emulsion inside the planet
Yeah.
making locusts,
Wretches.
it made these creepy like more insectile enemies
Yeah.
we saw right at the end.
Yeah, I mean the enemies that we saw, like when it first popped up, I was like, wow, it looks like Rex from Mass Effect.
It does.
Yeah,
that
so-
big
Totally.
forehead.
I just want to hear the gears just sound like Krogan as they're shooting, as it's coming towards them.
Oh, I miss Rex.
Yeah,
oh man,
he's
what
what
a
great.
if
legend.
Gears
Racing
and Mass
run.
Effect were in the same universe?
There, he looks just like Rex.
Oh, look at his teeth.
Oh.
Except now.
Except now, yeah. And the main character
that
looks.
many tongues.
He looks just like BJ Blazkowicz. A bit like I remember
does.
people made that observation. Like, wow, he looks like BJ.
He does.
But yeah, I like the UI looks similar, so it's kind of evoking the same old Gears of War kind of familiar feeling.
And I just think
Sure.
graphically it looks fantastic.
Oh,
really.
Yeah, it looks.
great.
I mean, the Gears games are always stunning to look at, and chainsawing things is still rad. Apparently,
true.
yeah, as you can see here.
Are you guys sad to not see Doom-style dismemberment out of these chainsaw
You know what? I'm
fatalities?
okay. I'm okay
I'm
with
good.
it.
I'm good,
I'm
thank
alright
you.
with it.
Oh, and with that tongue party in the Gears of War guy, or the Gears 4 guy's face, we're going to wrap up here our post-show coverage from Microsoft's press conference 2015 at E3. We are going to be coming back at you in just a short amount of time. Let me check the schedule here, because we have got the EA press conference coming up at 12:30. That's in just 45 minutes. We'll be back with the pre-show. And so please come join us then, get some food or whatever meal time it is for you right now. We're going to go eat. We'll be back to talk about EA here live from GameSpot HQ at E3 2015. looming in the West Hall, South Hall of E3 is a statue, I'm told, of 5 badasses tempting you to come in and play Battleborn. Battleborn is here. Randy Pitchford, President and CEO of Gearbox, is here. And E3 is on, Randy. And
It is.
Battleborn is here in a big way.
We're here at E3. E3 is in a big way. Like, there's so many awesome games here.
Already, and it's like just getting started here.
You know, I can't believe how, like, what position we're in as an industry right now. It is no better time to be a gamer and to dive into next gen. If you're already here, you can feel it. If you're not on the next gen yet, you need to be as soon as
Come
possible.
on here, because then
there's so much awesome.
VR and AR is
dude,
coming, and just so much cool stuff.
And the booth that 2K has for us at Battleborn, it's unreal. It's like the biggest booth. Like, it just destroys the stuff we did for Borderlands. Like, it is insane. I can't believe how much 2K is behind the game. I'm just like, oh my God, this is great. I hope people like the game.
Hope people like the
Yes.
game. I mean, yeah, but people are getting to get a look at it now.
Yes,
We're gonna take
we have
about,
playable.
We got playable?
We playable at people are playing
I'm
right
gonna
now.
go
over
over
there,
to
they're playing the game. It's crazy.
later, so I can. Is very important question here. Is the Mushroom Samurai badass playable?
I believe Miko is one of the I have to double check. Yes, I'm pretty sure Miko's playable. I know we have Miko.
I want to play the Mushroom, Randy.
You know, we're shipping the game. It's this crazy hero shooter. We're shipping the game with 25 playable characters.
Wow.
We have 10 playable on the show floor today.
Okay.
But 20, you know, Borderlands shipped, we had 4 playable characters.
Yep.
And then we added a couple as DLC.
Yep.
But we're shipping the game with 25 playable characters. And each character, we've invested about 4 times as much in each character as we did for the Borderlands characters. That's across the board. That's in voiceover and how much dialogue they have. That's in bones for animation. That's in fidelity of the materials and how many, you know, how much detail we build these guys out of. How many polygons the characters are. Every aspect of these characters about 4 times the investment.
Does
of a
the
Borderlands
bone
character.
budget get more expensive when you have 4
I
hands?
know, right? So yeah. So right now you're looking at a Rendy, who is this bitchin' witch, basically, and she is super wicked. One of her special abilities allows her to create this column of dark matter and dark energy that just rips guys apart. Dark magic. I love Arendi. In fact, Arendi is one of the most, in my opinion, one of the most powerful assassins in the game. Just really good at throughput and doing a lot of damage to groups of enemies. Good at AoE. This is Caldarius. Now these guys are all Battleborn. All these characters are Battleborn, and Caldarius is one of the Battleborn. He's just this awesome kind of Gundam guy, and he's got jetpacks he can zip around with.
Battleborn
really fast.
is the name for them in addition to just being the name of the game?
Yeah, we call them Battleborn. They're each members of factions that are around the last star. And the last star in the entire universe is where it's all going to go down. We know that eventually all the stars will burn out.
That's
that
grim,
at some
Randy.
point in the future,
It's real dark.
At some point, the whole universe will be dark.
Man,
at some point,
it's too
all
early to
over.
get that heavy
But-
at E3.
But before that moment, there's going to be 1 star left, and every species that has the ability to travel the stars will end up there. And they're all going to disagree, right? Some factions will think they need to protect that star. Others will want to study it and to understand what makes it work, maybe to keep it alive longer, maybe to create other stars. Some can't wait for the end. They're almost like religious fanatics that can't wait for it all to be over so that they can you know, maybe they believe there's going to be some future.
Who knows what the Mushroom Men believe?
Right, but in the story of Battleborn, all these opposing factions realize they have to come together to fight against the real madness, and that's what's destroying the universe. You see, we know today the universe is being torn apart, being accelerated. And everything's spreading apart faster than it should. And it's dark matter and dark energy that's behind that. So our crazy little fiction we've invented personifies that. We've created this entity called the Virelsi, which are like the bad guys that are tearing the universe apart. And you have to deal with the Virelsi.
You got to take care of them.
You got to become one of the Battleborn.
Now,
but yeah, go ahead.
You talked about the Battleborn as sort of being potentially antagonistic towards each other.
Yes.
That's maybe your competitive multiplayer sort of side of this.
Yeah,
but
yeah, the factions are at war, yet they all have to come together to deal with this greater struggle.
But what we're seeing now is the cooperative side.
Yeah, so Battleborn actually has several game modes. You can play a campaign, you can play it totally solo, so it's a single player campaign, or you can play it cooperatively and up to 5 people can play together. So it's pretty full-featured in that regard. And there is a PvP mode, a full-fledged, I'm hoping people really like it and enjoy the competitive mode, because I'd love to see us invest in more of the esports kind of stuff with this game. We're having fun playing competitive every day. Here at E3, people are playing the campaign, it's broken into a series of chapters. So each scenario you can consume in a scenario of gameplay, a little session of gameplay, and you'll level up your hero, you'll earn gear and loot, and you'll deal with bad guys and badasses, and it's a lot of fun to play cooperatively. It's also a lot of fun to play alone because it gives you kind of more time to check out the environments, which are just beautiful. Scott Kester, the art director, and his team have just done an incredible job rendering this environment. And you know, Scott was the character designer for Borderlands, so we've really just taken the shackles off of him.
Yeah,
and his team
you had some,
and let
you
him
know,
go nuts.
you had some creative looking characters in Borderlands, but I think Battleborn, you guys have definitely taken it to a new level
That's
in terms
right.
of also just the sheer diversity of characters you have.
Yes.
Any look at sort of art for the game reveals any number of wildly different looking heroes.
And that's driven not merely by the art direction, but also by the game design. And Randy Varnell, who's just an awesome designer. He was the design producer of Borderlands 2. Just an incredible, talented guy, super passionate about the game. He's been working hand in hand with the engineering team, the creature team from Borderlands that did all the enemies is on Battleborn, and Scott Kester and his art team. And these guys have all been working together to make this just incredible experience that I'm in love with. I remember when I first talked to Scott and Randy about doing this game and the idea of it, and here we are, we're playing it. It's incredible.
And when you talk about experience of play here, in Borderlands, you know, it's first-person shooting action. It's you know, you're sort of generally ground-based. I mean, there's some jumping, there's some mild platforming in the environments, but when you look at the Battleborn characters, you got to imagine that sort of being nimble, moving around the environment, and also having specific powers that feed into that is a lot more of a part of Battleborn than it was Borderlands. And so, I mean, is that true? Is
Well, it
sort
really
of
depends on the
movement and the
character.
actual experience of playing
It
more
really
diverse?
depends on the character. Part of the
Yeah.
fantasy we have in creating Battleborn is to make sure that all of our different archetypes, all the different kinds of characters we like to play as in first-person shooter are represented in some way. So yeah, you'll find super nimble characters like Thorn who can leap across incredibly far distances, or you'll find these like stout, like Baldur is like this really stout dwarf guy who's just super tough, and he wields an axe, and he's got a kilt. And in fact, from certain camera angles, when his kilt flies up, we actually do the blurry thing.
Oh
so you don't see
man, you
his
guys
privates.
put dwarf upskirts in the game.
I know, it's only in Battleborn. There's characters with stealth abilities. There's like super tanks. Like Montana is just massive, so he's a slow and lumbering
His
Hulk.
head is like this big.
Yes,
He's
but
so
but his
tiny.
head is in proportion with his feet. If you look closely, it's
All right.
he's just
At
he's
least
just
there's
roided
some
out.
rhyme and
Yeah,
reason
yeah.
in the world.
But these guys, there's a spectrum. So really, we're trying to think of. If you have a certain style of character that you like to play in a first-person shooter, you can find something for you in Battleborn. It's for every badass is represented. And it's just it's cool for me because I'm a snack boxer. I like sampling different characters. So
Snack boxer's a type as well. You guys
yeah,
cater to.
yeah, I like sampling all the different characters. But you know, it's weird. Sometimes I'll get into one and I'll just stick with that for a while, trying to master it. And one of the other things that's cool that we learned from Borderlands, you know, to feel the full potential of a character, you have to invest at least 35, 40 hours to feel the full potential. We wanted to feel these characters in more accessible gaming sessions. We want gamers that like to have fun playing with their friends and for short periods of time to be able to get the full experience of a character. So in the course of a scenario or in a story chapter, you'll be able to get the full growth potential of that character. So if you want to try out Thorn, for example, the elfin archer, and you want to feel what her full capability is, get multi-shot arrows, be able to create like poison AoE blasts and all the cool stuff she can do, you can feel her full growth tree in a single scenario. And then the next scenario you play, the next chapter you play, you can try one of the other characters like Montana.
And even within the character, there
or
are
Wrath is, and that's a Rendi. Yeah, go
even
ahead.
within the character in games of this ilk tends to be a certain amount of branching pathways. You know, if you have a certain character to play over the course of one match, you play the second match with that character, you could spec them in a real different way.
Yeah, just in the scenario itself, we have a helix system, which through a series of binary choices, every time you level up, you can do this skill or that skill, this skill or that skill. And through that series of binary choices, you have radically different ways that you can build each character. Thousands of combinations per character, just in the scenario that you play.
Randy, this game sounds like a balancing nightmare. How do you guys make
It
sure
is.
that all of these
It is.
characters
it's
are
a
like...
disaster. It's a freaking disaster. We are playtesting it every day at Gearbox, and each week there's like a new meta about which, because we're constantly tweaking. And what's also cool is we have a focus test group. In fact, we have hundreds of people that are part of our focus test group that come into Gearbox and play the game with us. If you happen to live in the Dallas area, go to the Gearbox website. You could sign up, and if you're lucky, you might get chosen to play the game with us. And I hope, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to do it. We're going to do a beta later, and that'll get more people involved. And the combination of our crazy incessant playtesting internally, our focus test group playing it with us every single day, and in the beta that we'll unlock, hopefully we'll be pretty well balanced by the time we launch. But if like all the support we did for Borderlands, you can expect us to continue to support the game after we launch. And I think that's part of the fun too.
Certainly Borderlands like a modern standard for DLC support in terms of just the amount of stuff you guys put in.
But not just DLC too. Like we've done a host of updates, and we're still tweaking the drop rate balance. In fact, just last month we did a run of each week doing different drop rate changes for legendary drops in Borderlands 2 and Borderlands the pre-sequel, and we've updated that. I still give out shift codes. If you follow me on Twitter, which is @DuvalMagic, I give out content. I give out free stuff for
I can
Borderlands.
attest this is true. Every so often your tweets are just a jibber jabber of numbers and letters.
And I can't wait to do it for Battleborn. We've got so much more stuff that outside of these simple scenarios where you can build your character completely within just a short session. We have a very large metagame, so there's a hobby grade experience there. You'll be getting loot. You'll be finding gear, and you'll outfit your character with gear, and you'll modify your gear setup in between matches.
That's
and you'll be
sort
collecting
of
characters
broader
between
progression
matches.
in addition to the like in-match progression.
That's correct. That's correct. There's a broader progression for each character that you collect. There's also a broader collection for your profile. For you yourself, the player will rank up, and you'll earn benefits from ranking up.
All right, so Randy, who's your flavor of the day? Who's you? Give me a hero.
Okay. I've been playing. Ooh, that's a tough one. I've been playing Arendi a lot.
That's the 4 arms?
Yeah. I love Arendi. I tend to go back to Montana. One of the augments, one of the helix choices in the middle lets you choose between fire and ice. So like half the time I'll pick fire, which does a lot more damage, adds a dot on the enemy, light them up on fire. Your barrel of that minigun heats up and just lights on fire, and it's just so awesome to burn guys down. But then the other option is ice, where you can freeze enemies, slow them down, cool everything off. That's awesome too. Montana is just one of the standbys. And what's funny about Montana, he was originally in a Furious 4, which just completely got converted into a totally different thing. So it kind of exposes our evolutionary process and doubling down on this game design that we've evolved.
And kind of echoes of Mr. Torg in Montana,
yeah,
too,
there's a little bit of Torg
certainly
in him.
in terms of his stature.
Yeah. And I'll tell you also, Oscar Mike is a lot of fun to play. He's just the classic, if you like Halo and like Space Marines, he is the classic Space Marine. If you've played Halo and that feels good to you, you can pick Oscar Mike and you'll know exactly what to do. And you'll feel exactly at home. And he is super fun to play because he's just that classic, standard archetype that we've all played a million times. And he's there for us as well.
And he's right in there. Amidst the mushroom people and the 4-armed witches.
Miko is a trip, dude. Miko's actually a healer, and but he's pretty powerful too. He can actually take his mushroom head off and throw it into the world, and it creates this healing mushroom cloud around it. He just takes his head off. I say he. I actually don't think Miko has a gender. It's not neither he nor it's some weird species that can reproduce with themselves. I don't know how Miko has
Sounds like
sex.
you guys had some interesting brainstorming sessions when it came to coming up with these characters.
Miko has no gender. And there's plenty, and Phoebe's awesome too. I've been playing Phoebe a lot. She's part of the LLC, so she's kind of this Victorian steampunk looking girl, and she summons these foils, which are swords, and she creates these magic swords and summons them, and she can have them rain down on enemies, and she's a lot of fun.
I'm down with magic swords.
When I talked to Randy Varnell, one of the designers, he reminds us of like back when we were kids. He still has his Star Wars like Darth Vader collector's case that you put all the action figures in, and he's like, this is like the video game version of that, like the collector's case that you put all your characters in.
Get all your action figures. Yeah, so you guys are saying you have 10 characters here playable, aiming for 25 total?
We will ship with 25.
You're going to ship with 25.
Can you believe that? It's crazy.
That's a lot.
Think about that. When we sold the characters as DLC, we shipped 4 in Borderlands. When we sold those characters as DLC, the publisher marked them at $10 a piece. We're including 25 characters that are all more investment than we've ever made in a character at ship. It's just unbelievable how much content we're putting in. And it's only because we were so successful with Borderlands that we can invest so much in this game.
Well, you guys had great success with Borderlands.
We've been very fortunate.
Here's wishing you success with Battleborn.
I hope so. I hope people like it because we're going nuts. We're really trying something that no one's ever tried before, so I hope people really enjoy it.
Well, thanks for coming on stage and talking Battleborn, folks. If you're here at E3, go ahead and check it out in the South Hall. Now we're going to be back on stage in just a minute with a quick check-in with the folks at Kinda Funny Games who are broadcasting just across the way. We'll be back. Talk to you then.
Check.
Astute GameSpot viewers will notice that while we have 2 stages this year, one of them is GameSpot Cross Kinda Funny. Joining me from Kinda Funny Games, Nick Scarpino.
Check. Is this mic working?
I don't know. I can hear you fine.
Do we have confirmation that people can hear my voice?
I don't know.
I'll tell you one thing
They
right now.
can
You
hear
guys
your
have a lot
beard
more
coming through.
comfy of a stage than we do. I'm just
Really?
gonna, yeah. I mean, it's been a long conference.
Well, why don't you just make yourself at home?
I'm just gonna kind of sprawl out a little bit. Oh God!
Professionalism
Can I put the
you can
mic?
expect from the fine folks at
I'm gonna put the
Kinda
mic. I'm
Funny.
gonna put the mic right on my tummy.
Nick, I understand it's been a big few days for you getting the production going.
It has. It's been fun.
Have you looked at a video game or two?
I've seen a couple of video games, which have been great. This is the sad thing, and I don't know how much you do of the stage show for GameSpot. By the way, thank you so much for having us. We're having a great time.
It's a pleasure.
But we don't ever actually get to go play games.
Oh, yeah.
Which is the most
it's
annoying
killer.
part of it, right? And so I'm looking at, Star Fox Zero over there. There's Nintendo's just taunting all of us.
Black Ops 3 is right over here.
Well, yeah, we're not going to be able to play it, but
No, I get home from E3 and people say to me like, "Hey, cool, you were like just immersed in video game heaven all week."
No,
it's like,
this beautiful half circle is my room.
I was immersed in video game temptation all week. I didn't get to play a single video game. Can I just play video games all weekend?
Right.
Which usually works well because I just want to be in a dark, quiet place.
Yes. After E3?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Especially after E3. Or the bottom of a bottle, but we're not going to go too far into that. Oh, my hair looks good.
It
Hold
does
on,
look
let me
good,
fix
man.
that.
You're looking sharp. You guys have been having some fun on your stage over there already this morning.
We did. Earlier this morning, we had Cisco drop by, the Dragon, the Cisco. He brought a couple of his boys. We had some good time with him. He fits right in, I want you to know, into the chaos that is Kinda Funny.
I believe it.
great guy, really nice guy, super into games. And a lot of times, and I don't want to call people out here, but oftentimes when you meet celebrities, real celebrities,
Sure.
not faux internet celebrities like myself,
Yes.
they don't really know what they're talking about.
They've got a few lines. They used to play Mario.
Or they're being paid. Yeah, they're being paid to rep the game, and they're like, no,
Sure,
I really love
which is
this
legit.
game.
It's totally cool to have that kind of investment in video games.
Sure.
However, if you put yourself onto a video game stage,
But Cisco came and he brought the heat.
Oh,
and
really?
And he knows what's up, and he is super cool. He's going to be coming back and joining us throughout the day today, and we're super excited to have him.
well, you guys were talking your game of show. Did Cisco offer up his?
Cisco absolutely did. We have a top 5 list. Now, he's
Okay.
allowed to change it until the end of today because he's not with us tomorrow. But I
Okay.
believe top on his list was Horizon.
Horizon. That's top on my list too.
He had Horizon. I believe he had Uncharted 4, Last Guardian, and 2 others, which escape me right now. But you got to give him props for that. And that's,
What about
that's
you?
Not a bad list.
What's your number one?
My number one
Currently.
Man, I got to be honest. I'm excited for a lot of things. I don't play a ton of games, but one game that I did play that I felt went really, really was underwhelming to the mainstream public, but was near and dear to my heart was Mirror's Edge.
Mirror's
and so to
Edge?
see Mirror's Edge coming back and having a little bit of a show at the EA conference was nice, I have to admit. And although I wasn't a huge fan of Mass Effect 3, starting a conference with Mass Effect is not a bad way to go.
That's a pretty good move.
Not bad.
I mean, it's not starting a conference with The Last Guardian, but
Again, I brought this up on our slightly smaller, slightly inferior stage to your. This is amazing. You have a ton of space out here.
Spacious.
We can fit a party here. Colin, of course, everyone's excited for The Last Guardian, but you have to remember, how long have you waited to see this? And is it really coming out in 2016?
Exactly, and you're just getting a taste of it. Honestly, what they showed, he pushed a box, he jumped a ledge or two.
I don't want to get blasted on the social medias for saying this, but was he trying to kill that Chihuahua the entire time? Because it looks like he was not accomplishing anything other than getting himself or the animal killed.
Come on over here to this rickety platform. It's gonna be great.
Hey, I'm
Trust
falling.
Me.
Let me catch onto your
I am
tail and add more
13.
weight. Yeah, it's completely ridiculous. Having said that, growing up, I loved Neverending Story. I always wanted a Falcor of my own, and this kid has one, and I'm, I'm a little gel.
Little
I'm a little
jealous.
gel.
It's okay to be jealous. It's just own it.
Yeah.
All right, Nick, you guys
Thanks
are
so much.
broadcasting all day. Kind of funny.
All day, every day.
It's gonna be awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming on stage. We'll
My
be checking
pleasure.
in with them, folks, as the day goes on. And we'll be right back on this stage with a demo for Deus Ex Mankind Divided. Stick with us. One of my favorite series of all time, Deus Ex. So Deus Ex Mankind Divided, here on stage. Yes, please. Joining me now, Jean-Francois Dugas from Eidos. Jean-Francois, we are here to talk about the future, talk about augmentations, and I'm just real excited to have you, man. How are you doing?
Great, thank you.
I'm doing very well. On stage at the Square Enix show, of course, early this morning.
Yeah.
You guys showing the things off to the world. And you got a demo to show that we're going to jump into here in a minute. But let's lay the stage for Mankind Divided. You know, Human Revolution ended with some pretty dramatic events perpetrated by Adam Jensen. Took a shot at the shadowy organizations, but so there's one thing I know about shadowy organizations, they don't go away so easily.
and I guess you're right. Actually, we're 2 years past Human Revolution. And now after the events you were talking about, now the world is way more divided than before, hence the title. And augmented citizens are now seen as a threat for the normal people. And there's a lot of fears, and now governments are enacting laws to make sure that those people are put in ghettos as much as possible. And if they're not, their life is miserable among the other people because now they're being pointed.
They're being persecuted.
Exactly. So it's
you
a tough
guys don't
world.
shy away from that heavy stuff, huh?
I guess not.
But you grapple with it in such a fascinating way. It's one of the things that I think people love about the series is the way you take on, you use the augmentation sort of divide to cast light and to address these big social issues.
Absolutely. I think that was important to us through entertainment, through fiction, to get into the real stuff that is going in real life and make, hopefully, maybe people think a little bit about these things.
Yeah.
And but from the entertainment standpoint, Adam Jensen is back. Like now, he's not working for Sarif Industries anymore.
Yeah, who's paying this guy?
It's an international counter-terrorist agency called Task Force 29. It's a subdivision created by Interpol.
Okay.
And now Adam Jensen is trying to fight the chaos, is trying to bring some stability to the world, but he also has a double agenda. Like you said, like the people in the shadows, they don't go away easily. And he hopes through that agency he can get closer to them and hopefully stop them from shaping the world the way they do.
Stop them from, putting their hand on the wheel in such an overt way.
Yes.
So here we are, like, launching into a mission. We've got sort of a dropship taking us in. Can you set the stage for what we're going to be seeing once his metal boots hit the ground?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I don't know if he's upgraded to metal boots yet, or metal legs.
We don't know yet. It depends on players, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now he's going to a complex or a ghetto in the outskirts of Prague that we call.
Wow, that place is
affection.
teeming.
Yeah, it's called Golem City, or the real name it's the Utilec Complex. And it's a ghetto where a lot of augmented citizens are being put in, etc. And there's a faction there that is called the Augmented Rights Coalition that is led by a guy named Talos Rucker that are trying to defend the rights of augmented people and trying to make sure that they're not persecuted, etc., etc. But early in the game, there's a big terrorist attack that happens, and guess what? Those are the prime suspects. But they're in this ghetto. It's hard to get there. Even like the police are just going at the beginning of the ghetto. They don't go deep in. And you have to go and blend in and try to find a way to get to the guy and confront him and see if those people were behind the attacks.
Now, we're going to talk about infiltration in a sec, but one of the things that I think is wonderful and sort of plays to that conspiracy about Deus Ex is the way that, okay, there was a terrorist attack and these activists were blamed for it, but if they are, sort of activists for augmented rights, maybe someone's setting them up to smear them. And then also, if they're activists for augmented rights, you're an augmented dude. Like, they're going to make their play on your loyalty and your identity.
Yeah.
And so, sort of I think that's one of the fascinating things you guys get into.
Absolutely, and one of the things we say is that Adam Jensen, when he's in the normal world, let's say he's in the streets of Prague, or when he goes into this ghetto, we call him, he's a stranger in a strange land for different reasons. Because when he go into the ghetto, people have problems. It's more dirty, sickness, shortage of the drugs they need for the augmentation.
Yeah, they don't have top-of-the-line slick new augs like this dude.
Exactly. So when they see that guy, like, you're not part of us, because you're so shiny and everything. And when he's in Prague, actually, like, he's an augmented citizen. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, you don't belong here. Go back in your ghetto, kind of thing. So no matter where Jensen goes, he's
an
not the welcome.
outsider,
Exactly.
yeah. But that also gives him, a unique perspective and gives you guys a unique perspective to work from. Now we're looking at some stealthy infiltration here.
Absolutely. Like, it's one of the things that so far in our communication, we showed a lot of the combat-oriented sequences and everything. And today with you guys, we wanted to show that stealth is still like alive, and you can do the same map or the same demo as we have behind closed door, but in a totally stealthy fashion. You can just go sneak around, use your cloaking, use your smart vision, and now smart vision has been updated with, you can know what the enemies have, like what kind of guns they have, do they have like kind of like we call pocket secretaries with codes or things like that, so you can have more information on the characters to decide if you're going to go take down the guy or not, or
That's kind of a nice touch because, I definitely remember sort of, all right, I got to like non-lethal take down my way through all these dudes till I find the key card, or find the code, find the right dude. So I think just sort of giving players more tools to do that kind of scouting, to do that kind of stealthy approach. And of course, again, you guys are enabling a full stealth playthrough.
Absolutely, from start to finish, no exception.
No exception. Very cool.
Yeah.
But not everyone wants to do the stealth thing. Like, it's very exacting. Sometimes it's sort of a puzzle that a lot of people relish.
Yeah.
But I mean, come on, man. You've got these arms, these gun arms.
Just
you got
gun
all
arms.
sort of like this power, these elbow blades.
That's it.
Sometimes you just want to wreck house.
Exactly, and that was important to us to really beef up the combat experience, to bring it on the same level as stealth, because for a lot of players, they thought that Deus Ex, it needs to be played stealthily. And it's not. And for us, that's never been true. It needs to be played the way you want to play it.
Yeah.
But you want it. So it was important that we made the combat more gritty. Those gun arms that are punchy. That the way you play with your augmentations, it's faster than ever, and you'll be able to sustain quite a lot of intense drama on screen.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of drama here
Exactly.
right now. Is that
Exactly.
that sort of triangular impingement? Is that
It's the Titan shield.
Yeah, is that the one where he just sort of looks like this black matte geometry guy? I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah. It's through nanotechnology, and he has this cover shield. Now he can go in the open without taking cover and just shooting at things. But of course, your energy is going to deplete, so you have
pretty
to
quickly. Yeah.
Exactly, you have to manage it a little bit, but. You're going to be able to take way more risks as you move forward into Mankind Divided.
Definitely some cool new augmentations on display. One of my favorite things actually in series history was in Invisible War being able to like maybe choose an augmentation that some other guys developed. It's maybe like not quite the functionality intended. You guys dabbling in the black market at all? Anything shady coming up through Mankind Divided?
It's a very interesting question. It's very interesting.
Oh, all right. I got your E3 vibe right there. I mean, come on, in a place like that, there's got to be something shady going on. Always something shady or conspiracy going on behind the scenes in Deus Ex. That's one of the thrills of the series. Jean-Francois, thank you so much for coming on. Such a great sport to talk to us about Mankind Divided here at E3 2015. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. Up next on the stage, the show that kicked off Microsoft's excellent press conference yesterday, Halo 5 Guardians. Halo 5 Guardians. Microsoft bookended their show with Halo and Gears of War, their big first-party franchises. Halo 5 Guardians on the show right now. From 343 Industries joining me, Chris and Kevin. Guys, big show for you.
Yeah, we're really excited to be here to show off what is the most ambitious Halo game we've ever made. So it's been a really big show for us. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Halo games have really been short on ambition in the past, so that's not saying a lot.
We always like to push the boundaries, for sure, yeah.
Seriously, and you guys showed off that campaign during the press conference, of course, showed off the 4 different perspectives, different characters, and then Warzone, I believe, on display as well.
That's right. Warzone's our big new multiplayer mode. It's 12 on 12 with everything in the Halo sandbox in one place.
Everything in the Halo sandbox in one place. That is a lot of things. Let's start by talking about Warzone a little bit because I'm a huge Halo multiplayer fan. I love the way that sort of movement is as powerful as the weapons. But let's give the overview of Warzone. Everything is a lot of things. What do you got?
We have AI bosses, which are sort of upgraded AI characters from the campaign that have really unique personalities, and the players can team up to go after those.
Okay, so that's like a cooperative endeavor.
That's right, yeah. When you're spawning, you can go after enemy players, after bases, or after bosses.
Wait, that's all in the mix?
Yeah. And we also have every weapon and every vehicle that's offered in Halo 5 all in one place, so it's really fantastic.
This sounds like it's got to be kind of a big place.
Oh, absolutely. We're dealing with maps that are 4 times larger than the ones we've previously had in Halo.
Than like the typical multiplayer map?
That's right, yeah. So if you think of Valhalla, think of 4 of them together.
4 of them together, just man cannons all over the place.
Yeah.
Did you build the deluxe like end-to-end man cannon?
We don't have an end-to-end man cannon, but we have a ton of man cannons on the map to help with player movement for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you build the scale up that much, it just kind of, I imagine it multiplies exponentially the kind of flow decisions you have to make, the kind of like enemy deployment, weapon placement kind of stuff you got to deal with.
Absolutely. We also have to think a lot about vehicle paths. And one of our biggest surprises was when we scaled up the maps this much, we ended up with way more airspace. So that really opened up all the air combat where we were featuring the Banshee and our new vehicle, the Phaeton.
The Phaeton?
That's right.
That's nice. Was that we got a glimpse of that in a trailer?
We did.
Exactly.
It's a Forerunner Promethean VTOL. It's sort of like a hovering vehicle that just rains death on players.
Sounds like it might be kind of fun to fly. I think I could get behind that.
Yeah, you'll get a chance on the show floor today.
Excellent. What we're taking a look at now is the campaign demo you guys showed off at the Microsoft press conference. And of course, showcasing one of the things that I think that I'm certainly most intrigued about for this campaign is the return of sort of a foursome of specific characters that are sort of voiced and with you a significant amount of the time.
Yeah, it's actually more like an eightsome, if that's a thing.
Eightsome?
Yeah. We have 2 Spartan squads in the game. The one that we showcased in the media briefing was Fireteam Osiris, which is led by Spartan Jameson Locke.
Yes.
And he has with him Spartan Olympia Vale, who is a linguistic expert who came from the Navy. Spartan
Columbia Vale sounds like the most badass code name for something mysterious and awesome, by the way. I don't know.
Olympia Vale.
Olympia,
Olympia Vale,
right. It's even better. Columbia. Olympia Vale.
We have Holly Tanaka, who survived the glassing of her homeworld, and she came from the Army, so she's this tough Spartan in the squad. And we have our fan favorite Edward Buck, who has been minted a Spartan after playing through ODST. He became a Spartan in the Spartan 4 program.
There he is, taking down a VTOL.
There goes that Phaeton. I think it's one of the most interesting things that you guys at 343 have done with the whole Spartan, the idea of a Spartan that now, you can become a Spartan. You don't have to be bred in a vat. You know, not that they were bred in vats, but you don't have to be like abducted as a kid and then become this weird sort of Master Chief level Spartan. It sort of gives you guys a lot more freedom to play with personality and to play with this dynamic of really the core conflict of Halo 5, this dynamic of sort of the future of the Spartan program and what we want it to be versus what it was, which is something you touched on in Halo 4, but is now back in a big way.
Yeah, you get to really experience that a lot in the game because while we do have the Spartan 4s, which are some of the best from each branch of the military, we have the Spartan 2s in the blue team with Master Chief. So Master Chief has Linda, Fred, and Kelly from the extended fiction that'll be joining him, which is a great, really exciting for our fans who, they weren't sure if Fred, Linda, and Kelly were actually alive or not based on the fiction. but we brought them back, and they're like Chief's surrogate brother and sisters from the Spartan 2 program that were abducted. So you get to see the contrast of the two teams as you play through the game.
I like the contrast of soldiers who grew up independently and then joined the Spartan program, their names, versus these kids that we abducted and made Spartans. Fred, Linda, Olympia Vale, like Holly Tanaka, like just that. I think that the contrast there is certainly something you guys are sort of leaning into a little bit, which is cool.
Yeah, awesome.
All right, so here's a Phaeton in action, yes?
Yep, that is the Phaeton.
Yep.
And so now this is a glimpse at Warzone. Like, make a little sense for me in terms of, well, I guess we're hopping between different stuff.
Yeah.
What's the goal for someone who jump into multiplayer and say, I'm going to go hunting some Prometheans? What's the goal?
Well, each team has the goal of getting to 1,000 points, and then your team's going to win by getting there. So you score points by killing players, capturing and holding bases, and then most importantly, taking down these powerful AI bosses. So just a second ago, you saw a guy going after Baron Strom, who is a legendary boss in Warzone, and he flies a Banshee around, and we get to see these fantastic combat situations where two teams of players are going after him at the same time because he's worth so much.
And they're just trying to get that last shot in, right?
That's right.
Last
and
shots
then
are key.
we also have an alternate win condition in Warzone where if you capture all the bases, for example, you can see this player's in the armory and the garage is in front of him. If you capture them all, the enemy team's shields will go down and you can take out their core.
Yeah. Okay, so there's kind of a lot going on, and that's definitely, in terms of the objectives of Halo multiplayer historically, they've always been pretty clear, pretty focused in terms of you've either got just kill everything that moves or you've got achieve this little objective and also kill everything that moves. But now you guys are really sort of diversifying the battlefield.
That's right. We wanted it to be open to all sorts of Halo players. So if you're a campaign player, if you're an arena multiplayer player, if you love big team battle, if you love taking down AI, we just wanted everyone to have something to do in Warzone and let them play their way.
Yeah, if you ran a bunch of Spartan ops and that was your jam.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Here you go. You can take those AI killing skills into the competitive forum.
That's right.
Super key to winning the match. One thing we did want to make sure, though, is that when you're playing through with all of this choice, we spent a lot of time really working on how the objectives show up and are presented to the player, so you have a really clear idea of when a boss is coming into the battlefield and when your team is going to capture these bases. So while you can make a choice to play how you want to play, you always understand what you need to do on the battlefield
where
to
the
help your team
priority
win.
is, like where you can be the most effective.
That's
right.
right.
That's always the peril, right? When you're designing something big with so many options, you don't want players to feel lost.
That's
exactly.
right. And sometimes teams do have to make a decision, though. When it's coming down to the wire, it's like, do we go after that last legendary boss?
Yeah.
Do we hold down these bases, or do we try to go for their core? And the players that play Warzone a lot and are experiencing the depth, they're really getting to come to these awesome battle situations.
It seems like you guys have also probably had to put some serious work into your AI to like sort of make them function in this place that has these objectives and has multiple teams sort of battling it out. Is that true?
Oh, absolutely,
Yeah.
because we also have Marines. So whenever you capture one of the bases, like the garages or the armory or your home base, you have Marines on your team that are friendly and will support you. So with dozens of AI running, we really had to upgrade our technology and get everything on dedicated servers to deliver this.
Yeah, we use Does that mean that I'm going to be coming into Warzone and killing Marines?
That's right,
Yes,
for the
it
first
does.
time.
Oh,
Enemy
man.
Marines, yep.
Oh, that's dark. That's
Hopefully
all right.
one's on the enemy team.
Yeah, that's true. An enemy's an enemy. And yeah, you guys are certainly breaking down the idea of what an enemy is or just expanding it historically from what the enemy has been in Halo. Narratively, I feel like that's kind of a tricky business because you're taking this guy, Master Chief, he's like on a pedestal for most of the past decade plus, and really just kind of making it, well, hey man, you're not the guy anymore.
Well, so Chief still plays a central part in the story of Halo 5.
Absolutely, yeah.
We're continuing on the saga of Halo 4, but we are introducing the new Fireteam Osiris, so you do get to play in the campaign as well as Spartan Locke. So there's a lot of great story there. So, Chief is still a really important part of the story.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to have Chief. Yeah. Chief is Chief.
That's right.
But we're looking at right now sort of something reminiscent of the beta you guys rolled out earlier this year.
Yeah.
Gave people a look at the new Spartan abilities and kind of how they work in combat. Yep. Then, of course, during the campaign demo, we saw those Spartan abilities in play. How's the development and tweaking and balancing been coming on those? Because it's taking Halo combat and adding some significantly different things in there.
Yeah. So one of the best things about the beta is we got a ton of community and fan feedback. And so we took that feedback, and we've been tuning all sorts of things to help improve the experience for when we launch. We've done things like change the way core movement speeds work. We kind of removed the top end of sprint because we felt that was a little too powerful, and then we increased base movement to kind of close that gap, but still providing a good tactical option there. We saw that when people were using our new Smart Link aiming mode, automatic weapons were too powerful in the beta, so we actually tuned that down a little bit to kind of balance out Smart Link versus hip fire and automatic weapons versus precision weapons. So we've been really using a lot of that feedback. So thank everyone very much. Thank you, everyone, for providing that, because it's been really helpful in dialing it in. And of course, we have our pro team at 343, who consists of some of the best Halo pros that have played the game, and they keep giving us feedback day to day to help tune and refine this as we get closer to launch.
All right, what's currently? I know this is going to change for you guys week in, week out. What's your favorite new Spartan ability to use in combat? What are you liking these days?
Oh, I'm gonna go with shoulder charge. Yeah, shoulder charge for sure.
The shoulder charge?
Yeah, because you can get on Warzone. There's some places you can go through, new tunnels you can open up if you bash through them. And also when you're like running up on an enemy and you kind of coming around a corner and you hit him that hard, it feels amazing. Yeah.
I love the Spartan charge, but I think my favorite is ground pound, where you get to the elevated position, you kind of hang in the air. It's this risk versus reward thing. But as soon as you contact someone, you feel amazing, and everyone in the match talks about it on the headsets and everything in playtest.
The play lab goes crazy.
Yeah, that's like the marquee play, right? Because I remember I tried that move more than a few times in the beta and had some success, and when I did, it felt awesome. But also hung myself out to dry a few times.
Yeah,
you
definitely put yourself. If you miss and you hit the ground, you know it takes a little while to recover from it, and people can pelt you quite a bit.
Yeah,
so
they'll take advantage of that for sure.
Yeah. But it's an awesome feeling when you pull off the ground pound.
It absolutely is. Oh man. All right, I'm getting the Halo jitters. This game's coming out later this year. Are you guys planning a beta or anything else, a second round beta before the game comes out?
We don't have a second round of beta, but we're still using all that feedback from the first beta.
Okay.
So there won't be an additional beta before we launch this year.
Yeah. Give me the launch date, man.
Launch date is October 27th.
October 27th. That's Halo 5 Guardians. Chris, Kevin, thank you guys so much for coming on the show and talking about it. Ooh, that's going to be a big one. It's going to be a big fall this year for Microsoft. Awesome. All right, folks, going to take a quick break here from the stage at E3 to take a look at an update on a Ubisoft game recently announced from our friends courtesy of our friends at MSI.
MSI Computers. MSI, #1 in gaming. Find out more at us.msi.com.
All right, that was the Ubisoft press conference right here at E3 2015. Let's start talking about what we saw right at the end. It looks like Ghost Recon's back for the first time in a long time since Advanced Warfighter 2 with Ghost Recon Wildlands.
Well, we've had Ghost Recon, online.
Yes.
Right?
Future
It
Soldier?
lives. It
Yes.
lives.
Oh, yeah, Future Soldier as well.
It lives.
Oh, we've had a few, actually. My apologies. What are you thinking about Wildlands? From what we saw, it's just fresh off
So this bit
seeing
looks
it there.
just cozy. We were saying while we were watching, it looked a bit
Is this
Far
Far
Cry.
Cry?
It had like a touch of Watch Dogs with the
At the end.
The very end, yeah.
You're saying quite it's almost like Mercenaries co-op, Kevin.
A little bit, it was very explodey
in
that sense.
So what we know so far, I guess, is that this is an open world co-op game, but with specific missions as well.
Yeah.
This drug lab setup here was what they sort of focused on. Alexa, any thoughts on what we've seen here in terms of like what this might be in terms of a grander game? Because all they're showing here, I guess, is a bunch of dudes going in to shoot a bunch of other dudes. Like, how do you think this looks differently to other Ubisoft shooters?
I don't think it does. Like, I'm seeing Far Cry. I'm seeing like some Watch Dogs elements. I think it's sort of an amalgam of everything that they've been exploring with other franchises. I mean, that can work. That's super cool. When they got to this part, I started thinking it might have been Call of Juarez.
Yeah, there's a couple of people on Twitter saying the same thing as well. Lucy, what are your impressions of this?
I think, first of all, got to celebrate the fact that this was a genuine surprise.
Yeah, true.
I mean, they've kept this really under wraps, and Ubisoft are not really known for keeping their ship watertight. So I'm I'm excited to see more of it. It was weird, though. I expected more of a fanfare. It is a new game, but we just got this trailer. So I'm excited about seeing it. I assume they're going to have at least this trailer or some representative on the booth to talk about it.
Yeah.
You'd hope so. But it looks cool. Also, car door moment. Car boot moment.
Good point. That technology spread across all of Ubisoft's various teams. It's kind of an interesting take, I think, Kevin. I like the fact that this is, I don't know, the co-op stuff in Far Cry 4 was good fun. The idea of expanding that out, almost like The Crew, where you've got this mad open world, you can team up with a couple of buddies and take on missions all around the place. I'm pretty excited. What do you think?
I mean, I think it's going to be super fun. I mean, I think the downside, of course, is that it does remind us of all of the other Ubisoft games.
Yeah.
I mean, we looked at it and think, hey, it looks like, could this be Far Cry? Maybe. And I think that's the only real drawback. The specific might have been a surprise, but what this game is, I don't think is actually a surprise at all.
Yeah.
Whether that doesn't mean it's not going to be awesome or fun, but I don't think that it makes for much of a surprise.
Yeah, it's crazy to think like how far removed this is from the original title of Ghost Recon as well. It's kind of it's the things they've done with this franchise have been kind of all over the place.
But the head tattoo.
Yeah.
The head tattoo. That might be my next tattoo.
Don't mess with
you
people
never
who've
know.
got crosses tattooed on their face. I feel like that's something all of our mothers have told us at some stage or not. That's Ghost Recon Wildlands. That's all we know about it so far. That's our initial. We literally saw it like 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So fingers crossed there'll be more information about that, and we'll have it right here on GameSpot.com.
Nintendo kicked off the morning of Tuesday at E3 with a press conference full of some familiar faces and some surprises. And now we've got a Nintendo game right here on stage, Super Mario Maker, joining me, Ali Rapp from Nintendo Treehouse. Ali, welcome to the stage.
Yay!
Nintendo time! This is one of many Nintendo games you're going to be bringing by this time around because you guys have a big lineup.
Super BFFs.
It's going to be exciting. Well, you're going to meet some of my friends too. We have a lineup of iconic hosts that our people love to see year after year.
I need your autographs. Yeah.
But we're kicking it off with Super Mario Maker. People getting to make their own Marios.
Yes.
Stages.
Yes.
Blocks.
Make their own Marios.
Wherever you want.
That's for fan art.
Yeah, it's like kind of
Making your own fan art.
Fan
your
art
Marios.
is
Yeah.
like a bit kind of more and more a thing, especially with the Wii U.
Yeah.
Splatoon fan art is basically my favorite thing to look at on the internet now. It's magical.
The Miiverse art?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
all the
super cool.
Yeah.
But in Mario Maker, you're creating a level,
Yep.
art, playable art, if you will.
Everyone is a game designer.
And so we're going to take a look at some stages here.
Yeah, we are. So what we're seeing is actually the course world, which is the online portion of, or one of the online portions of Super Mario Maker.
Okay.
And so with Course World, what you can do is you can sort through all of the stages that people from around the world have created. So say, for example, that you want to play a really, really hard stage. You can sort by difficulty.
Like, I'm talking like Lost Levels plus.
Yeah.
I want it to get real nasty.
Real nasty.
Yeah. Does it? Do people make real mean stages?
They do, yeah. Some of those people are in Treehouse.
Are you one of these people,
I'm
Ali?
actually not.
Okay.
I'm really, really bad at making stages. But Yeah, some of them get really tough, and so you can sort by difficulty. You can sort by all kinds of things. Like you can follow friends, so that you can kind of keep updated with when they're making stages, so you can play their stages.
Can you follow someone, like, say you happen to download Kristen's stage and, like, damn, this Kristen is good. Like, you follow that person?
Yeah, so, like, if you play a stage that you like, you can say, oh, I really want to follow this creator, even if you don't know who it is. You know, you just, like, you like their stage, you want to see what else they do.
Or I see that a lot of people are following this creator. Maybe I could check that out.
Right, yeah, yep. So you can sort by, like, you know, popularity types of categories. Like I said, difficulty, all kinds of stuff. So that's how you can find courses that are made better for you. I think kind of the easier stage. I'm not a very good platformer.
Yeah,
compared to some
kind of a stage that appeals to you? Is it a certain strange design? Is it an aesthetic? Is it one where you jump around as Zelda, or Link rather, being able to jump as high as he can? Don't look at me like that. I mean, I deserve it. Yeah, I absolutely deserve it. It was a slip of the tongue. So sorry.
Never forgiving you.
Has Link ever jumped so high in his little life?
Has Link ever jumped? Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I'm
guess
sure
he
he's rolled off
He
ledges.
does, yeah, he falls gracefully. My kind of stage is the folks who can get kind of like what I like to think of as like the Nintendo design way, where everything is intuitive. There's challenge there, so it makes you feel like I'm smart, even though the game is kind of walking you through these challenges. But that right mix of, you know, I'm doing something, but I'm not crying while I'm doing it.
Right, you're not trying. You don't have to do it 50 times to do it.
But there are going to be stages because, you know, they're going to be stuff created from everyone you know in your whole life. So there are going to be stages that are going to make you want to cry.
Yeah, this one is looking pretty tricky
Yeah,
itself.
Sarah's practiced it quite a bit, so she's rocking it. But you notice that you're playing as a Link character right now. And so the way that you do that is there's something called the mystery mushroom. And the mystery mushroom is this item that you can put into question blocks. Basically, you can put it wherever you can put a regular mushroom, right?
Okay.
And a mystery mushroom is this thing where when you pick it up, you basically wear like a costume. So you're like costume Mario. So you can be Link, you can be Wii Fit Trainer, you can be Isabelle.
I love Wii Fit Trainer keeps showing up.
I'm
so excited
right?
Wii Fit Trainer is a new member of the stable.
I don't know how that happened either, right? Like it became an amiibo because there was Smash.
Yep.
But then people were like, I'm really digging like the weirdness of Wii Fit Trainer, and it just kind of spiraled from there.
There's this trainer next to a blooper. Sure. That fits. That's good.
So you can be Wii Fit Trainer. And so how that works is we're not going to go into too much of the secret sauce quite yet because it comes out in September, so there's still a little bit of time. But needless to say, if you have Amiibo, that's going to kind of expand
the Amiibo.
the possibilities.
Yes.
Now, if you don't have all your Amiibo ever, you're still going to be able to use the mystery mushroom.
Those things are hard to get a handle on sometimes.
I feel like I know a few people who have multiple copies of some, so they're hoarding it.
Amiibo hoarders.
I'm not going to tell you who because then everyone's going to swarm
Do they
them.
refer to it as their retirement plan?
Sometimes jokingly, yeah.
But the Amiibo, you know, you're going to get some bonus stuff, as you guys do, but it's not going to lock the magic mushroom away by any stretch.
Correct, yeah. You're still going to be able to have fun with that. You're still going to be able to play some cool Mario costume characters.
What the hell is going on here?
This is one of my favorites. So
the one that's just like a Magic Koopa slumber party?
Yeah, you get...
That's a good name for a level. You can use
that,
Allie.
They don't look like they're sleeping. Yeah, this is like fan fiction. So this stage has basically an infinite number of, the fire flowers. But it has also seemingly an infinite number of enemies. So you have to keep going back, not being hit.
Yeah, you got to run back to the bonfire flower, go kill enemies, make a little bit of progress, back to the bonfire flower. This is the Dark Souls level of Mario Maker.
So, we're showing that there's all kinds of different things you can do. You can create short stages, you can create big stages, you can create stages with lots of enemies, you can create stages with no enemies but really hard jumps. I mean, it's just all about, like, what kind of Mario stage you want to make. And sometimes, like I said, I'm really not good at making.
It's very modest of you to say.
I stink real bad.
Okay.
I stink.
You would have to go full self-deprecation.
I stink real bad. But so that actually is why I really am excited about the online stuff. Because at first I was like, oh, cool, I can create Mario stages. What do
that
I do?
sounds. I guess I'll make some pipes. There's got to be a ledge.
I think maybe I can put something in there. I don't know. And so this ability to like see what other people are making, to sort by maybe I'm really feeling masochistic and I'll try a really hard stage one day.
Give it a shot. Load it up. I
Right,
got
right.
this.
Or maybe I'm really feeling just like I just want to take it easy. I just want to play some fun, easy levels. Just being able to see the creativity of other people is for me going to be what's most exciting.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And creativity also, now when a creator sort of makes their stage, do they pick an aesthetic? Because you've got Super Mario Brothers, Super Mario 3, Super Mario World, new Super Mario Brothers.
Yep. And we're seeing it, or we will soon, on gameplay. So we're seeing the creation options.
Look at that
and
little
what you can
Mario
do-
fly through the realm. If only life was that
Wow.
easy.
And what you can do is you can change the type, the course type. So
Yeah.
you can go from, like you said, Super Mario Brothers to Super Mario Bros. 3, etc. And you can also change the course theme. And what the course theme is like you've got the ground level, you've got like a ghost house, you've got underwater, you've got a castle, and you can
Lava World, Ice World.
Right.
Yeah.
And so you can only pick one course type per stage. So you
Okay.
can't have like mixing generations, but you can mix themes. So you could, for
Oh,
example, start
okay.
out underwater, go into a pipe or a door, and then end up like in a ground
Yes.
part of the stage.
Okay.
So you can mix themes.
Nice. All
Yeah.
right, so this is a little stylus demo
Yeah.
with very well manicured
Yeah, very
hand
well
model.
manicured. The Goombas. Oh, you got to make a Goomba. I don't even know if she can hear me. I like when they float,
Floating
kind
Goombas.
of helplessly. Have
It's
you
like,
seen this yet?
I'm out of my element. I don't really.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give it a shot, you
Yeah,
guys.
yeah,
but really,
yeah.
could you?
Yeah.
Maybe a gig
maybe
on
use
land
some
would be
help.
better.
Oh, and she also, Sarah, our game player, she's shaking the Koopa Troopas.
Wait, she's doing this right now.
She's doing this right now. Yeah, this is live gameplay.
But that's not. Whose hand is that? Do you get to pick the hand that you use? Do you guys have?
Sometimes
you guys have
you might
downloadable
notice-
hands?
Sometimes you might notice that there's like a cat paw,
Yeah.
which is my favorite part.
Nice.
But so you can shake certain things, like for example, some enemies, some of the like items, and they'll change. So the Koopa Troopa becomes a red Koopa Troopa, which if you're familiar with kind of this very deep canon of Mario enemies,
Absolutely.
the red Koopa Troopas are a little bit more aggressive. They don't like fall off of ledges, etc.
They follow you.
Yeah. And you can also shake items. So if we look at the palette when she pulls it up, there we go. So we see 2 lines right now. You'll
Yeah.
have those 5 filled in the full game, in the final game. The 6th one, the 6th bar is your custom bar. So you can like, if you want a bar of all green, you can have a bar of all green, so you can pull it up.
I'm
so
a
you
green
can even
man.
kind of customize your palette, which is
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
And go for the aesthetic you want. Obviously,
Yeah.
making funny shapes and
Making funny. Oh, are we thinking
goofy
of specific
things.
funny shapes?
Well, there's a lot of funny
We
shapes in
talked
the world,
about butts
Allie.
before.
Butts
before
are
we
a funny
started.
shape.
Yeah, butts, funny shapes.
You guys gonna allow butt levels in Super Mario Maker?
I
Within
guess we'll have to
reason.
see. How general of a butt does it look?
Yeah. Who's on butt watch for Mario Maker?
Yeah, butt watch.
Nintendo's got this all figured out,
Yeah, the
haven't
magicians.
they? Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, that's Super Mario Maker.
Yeah.
September.
September.
Fantastic for the
On
Wii
the
U.
11th.
Allie Rapp, thank you so much for coming by,
Yeah,
showing
thanks
this
for
off.
having us.
Looking forward to more Nintendo awesomeness as E3 continues.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
Yay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next, we're going to take like total 180 from Mario Maker and Nintendo. Danny O'Dwyer's going to come on, kick off his segment with Hitman. It's going to be good. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to GameSpot's continuing coverage of E3 2015 live from the West Hall right here in Los Angeles, California. I'm Daniel Dwyer taking over for Chris Waters for a little bit, and I'm very happy to be joined by Hassan Ebrak. How you doing, my friend?
Hey.
Pleasure. IO Interactive. It says it on the shirt, Hakan. You've got Hitman coming back. Tobias Reaper's back. I will never stop calling him Tobias Reaper. I don't care how long. Agent 47's pretty cool, but Tobias Reaper's got a certain ring to it. The trailer's actually playing up here on the Sony booth behind us. Tell us about the impetus to get Hitman back. Absolution obviously did pretty well. What is it about Hitman that IO just loved going back and creating new games about him?
Right, I mean, we've been doing Hitman for 17 years now, right? So all the experiences from the earlier games in the series, also from Blood Money and Absolution, the last game we did. It's kind of, we just call this our new game Hitman, because it's just all the experience we've had in this game to make the best possible Hitman fantasy, right?
Yeah.
We're trying something new, something bold. I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, the delivery method is interesting because you guys are launching almost like a base game in December of this year, and then you're going to be adding to it chapters. It kind of suits the form of a Hitman game, actually, because all the levels are always like just individual chapters.
It's very hit-driven, right?
Yeah.
And this game is, going back to its roots, classical Hitman experience with rich, high-profile targets, and strong story about these targets and the subplots around these targets. That's what this is about, right? And as you said, the experience is going to start December the 8th. From there on, we're gonna just grow the world of assassination and just deepen it and evolve from there, right? So you'll get new locations, you'll get new missions, you'll get new hits, you'll get live events. For example, imagine that all the Hitman players in the world will have 48 hours for a live event where you have to take this target out, and if the target escapes, gone, it's done, right?
One try.
One hit, one shot, one kill, right?
Awesome.
And the way you kill the target, that's the way the target is killed, period.
Cool. Let's talk about some of the footage we're seeing here. It's all like an embassy or something. Look like an Irish flag on top.
You're Irish, right?
Yeah. Very cool. What are we looking at here? It looks that sort of Hitman. There's always been a fashion, a sort of a very almost European flair to Hitman. Tell us about what we're looking at here.
Well, we love to go to different exotic locations, and this is one of many. This is Paris. We're here at a fashion show. There is this evil corporation covering this up as a fashion show, but there's really more shady things going on underneath.
There always is. I always knew it.
Yeah.
Fashion's a filthy industry.
Exactly. Always like that, right? So this target here is Novikov, and you have to infiltrate, come in and understand, so how can you take this guy out, right? He's protected at all times. And this is also the core experience of Hitman, right? So we have reintroduced some of the things that our fans love.
Yeah.
There's a loadout, very advanced loadout. There is a stash point. So before you actually enter the location, you can strategize and you can put a sniper gun a specific place where when you come into the location, enter the location, you can pick it up later and use it for a orchestrated assassination, right? So very deep sandbox. This is the biggest sandbox, without checkpoints. This is the biggest high-dense sandboxes we've ever done. So we're looking at, compared to the biggest levels in Absolution, we're looking at 6-7 times bigger, and also bigger than the Blood Money levels we've done before. But this is it. This is the ultimate assassin experience.
Yeah, well, I guess you guys are, the ultimate assassin experience. I guess in many ways, Hitman's been around for a long time, and Assassin's Creed has tried to sort of usurp it. That series not having the most popular time at the moment, so maybe you guys can put in.
I love the Assassin series. So this is the ultimate assassin experience, Hitman assassin experience that we see, right? And we are really confident and happy with what we have. Yeah.
One of the difficult things to balance in a game like this is that in those early Hitman games, say 1 and 2, when you got caught, you really had to just try and hide and try and attack from a different angle. In some other games, and I guess when people change difficulty levels, there's this temptation to try and shoot your way out of a problem.
Oh yeah, the temptation.
How are you guys dealing with that?
We play with that.
Yeah.
Right? Obviously, that's a part of it. It's a freedom of choice, deep sandboxes we're doing. It's even more now, and obviously we want to tease you, right? You have the option to go in and do a brutal assassination and try to get away with that, you know, guns blazing and everything. You can also orchestrate this. This was the brutal one you saw there, right? And here you have a more, more elegant assassination there, right, with poison and whatnot. So of course we do that. We do place, a security room, shotguns lying there with some shells, and that when the player comes there, it's like, I would really like to, right? So we do play with the temptation.
Yeah.
But it's really, all the opportunities are there. It's up to you how you play it. Silent assassin, sneak around and make these very elegant assassinations, or just guns blazing. It's up to you.
Yeah, one of the great things about the Hitman franchise is being able to go back and replay levels. I always loved the first time seeing a level, because I kind of felt like I was scoping it out, or I was like doing a bit of reconnaissance, and then on my fifth or sixth attempt I'd nail it. I'd get in without anyone seeing me, I'd get the target, and I'd get out as quickly as possible. And hopefully no one finds any sleeping guards. Are you guys taking that similar approach? Do you know that when people play the game that they're going to go into each level kind of blind, and that they'll learn as they pick through it?
Totally. I mean, this is a very non-linear game, right? Coming in there's so many options, so many directions to take, so many rooms, so many NPCs with different purposes. So obviously that's very, very important. Walk around, try to understand what this target is doing and this NPCs are doing, and how can I use them to get close to the target, right? As I said before, the systemic part is a lot deeper. I mean, you can, there's a frisking zone. You can, as an example, there's a frisking zone. You can't get into the area, right?
Yeah.
But you could just throw your gun on the street and just, go back a bit and hide a bit, and you'll see the police will come and look at it. Hey, there's a gun here, right? They'll pick it up, and they will look around, and then they will secure the gun, obviously. So they will take that with them into the building, into a secure room, and hide it there. And then you can get through this frisking zone, right?
Yeah.
And you don't have any guns on you. Find a way to get into the room, get your gun, and take the target out that way. There are all these systems going on, and it's really, really fun to play around with them.
Obviously, you're taking this sort of chaptered approach to it, but we hear that Diana Byrnewood's returning in this game as well. I guess my first question is this a sequel to Absolution? Because no spoilers for anyone who's played that. And also, how much does story play in a game that you're going to be releasing over the course of a year or so?
Yeah, so the story here is after Absolution. But really, I mean, Agent 47 is timeless, right? So Absolution was very story-driven, whereas Hitman is very hit-driven. So it's really back to the core experience, back to the roots. So the really important part is the hits. They're really, really rich, and the stories around them and the locations are really, really rich. But there's an overarching story that connects these hits and drives the story, right? And that story will be concluded during 2016.
It's exciting. I like the idea of us getting to play Hitman over the course of a year.
Yeah.
I have to ask you, does Ave Maria turn up at any stage during the game?
It might. It will.
I've got a couple of more questions here. Obviously, this is based on the Glacier 2 engine, which is what you guys use for Absolution. Did you find porting that onto next generation console, or like sort of scrubbing it up, keeping up with the technology? Did it allow you to scale up in the right way?
Of course, yeah. I mean, technology is a part of our DNA. We've been doing that from day one.
Yeah,
so
Hitman 1's.
Exactly.
Like I remember walking in and out of like flags and watching the stuff move.
Exactly. So so this is the next generation of Glacier that supports Hitman, and just to give an idea what we're capable of, we have the graphical fidelity from Absolution and the big sandboxes from Blood Money. We took that to another level, right?
Yeah.
And so also going digital, adding content later, being able to adjust features, mechanics, content together with the community and the gamers with their input. I mean, all that is enabled by the new functionalities and the higher fidelity engine we have today.
So December 8th is when it's coming out. Is that going to be on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC as well?
And the PC as well, yeah. So the experience is going to start on December the 8th. and just going to continue and evolve throughout 2016.
Is that going to be a full price game at that stage, and then you'll keep adding on to it as well?
Exactly.
It's not like some
but
early access situation where you're.
I mean, it's not early access. Everything that comes out from IO Interactive, it's very important to say this. It's final quality, right?
Yeah.
It's finished game. So everything we release is going to be finished and high quality, obviously. That experience is just going to evolve, right? So the last location or missions right now will be shaped by what we learn and from how the game is going to play this game, and that's a huge opportunity for us, right? So now we don't just put the baby in a box and that's it, right? We actually have an opportunity to tune the experience and make it better for the gamers.
I'm sure you can't say now how much, but are you guys committing to like a roadmap for that year? Is there like, by the time the game comes out, will you be saying there will be 6 or 8 or 3 or?
There'll be lots more information about that when we come closer to the December the 8th, right? But it's very important to say this is everything here. All this experience you get for $60. There will be no hidden costs, no microtransactions or anything. For $60, you get the whole experience, starting from December the 8th throughout 2016.
And a little bit something extra for PlayStation 4 users as well. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so we have a beta coming up. We'll come with more details with that. So also a great opportunity to get feedback before the launch of the game, right? So really excited about that and looking forward to that. Really happy with the collaboration with Sony on that.
Yeah.
Also, there will be exclusive contracts, with story and some special hits around that for the Sony platform.
So are they exclusive contracts within levels that already exist in the game, or will they be like new levels?
Well, that will be a combination, but yeah, they will be a part of the huge locations that they will be releasing, right?
Cool.
And that's a big part of the game, right? That's the globe-trotting fantasy, traveling around the world and visiting fashionable Paris, the Marrakesh, and
then
the
murdering
sunny,
people. Are you guys at all working with the movie guys? Because this is like the second Hitman movie. Like when the first one came out and Timothy Olyphant was playing Agent 47, it almost seemed like just a really, I don't know, it felt like a PC, like everyone loved that game and nurtured it. It never felt like a massive blockbuster. It grew into a massive blockbuster.
Yeah.
But it seemed so incredibly odd that there was a movie. It must have been successful because there's another movie.
Yeah.
Are you guys working with them at all?
I mean, obviously we have had some collaborations with them, like creative, telling them about the universe and Agent 47, right? But we are game makers. We are not movie makers. So, but we're really happy with the guys and doing a great job. And we're also really looking forward to watch the movie when it comes out.
I'm sure they'll send you a DVD.
Well,
or so. Maybe not a DVD. Maybe something higher resolution
DVD so
than that.
less.
Yeah. So 480p stream. So you've obviously had a massive showing here at E3. Last question. When are you guys going to be dropping details about the rest of this game? Because we haven't really seen anything in terms of like actual full gameplay. Are you guys going to be showing stuff at Gamescom? When are we going to actually see the new Hitman in action?
There will be more information soon, and Gamescom is most likely will be there as well. That's what I can say right now.
Awesome.
But there will be more information, and also about the beta up to December the 8th.
Cool. Hakan from IO Interactive, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Very much looking forward to seeing more of Agent 47. We'll be back on the GameSpot stage in just a minute's time. Bunch of cool stuff coming up. Nick Yu is coming on to talk about Mighty Number 9. Tony Hawk's going to be on the stage later. But our boys from the UK, Jamie Jackson's on next to talk about Guitar Hero Live. Stick around. We'll be back in a minute.
Sinister had one
Hello,
job.
welcome back to GameSpot's continuing coverage of E3 2015. We're here on the live show floor. Oh my goodness, Jamie Jackson from Freestyle Games just turned up.
Hey, man.
And Matt Shadows just Avenged Sevenfold
What's up,
just
buddy?
turns up as well.
Just hanging out, man.
Thank you. I had no idea you were coming. What a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, well, it's,
Such
it's
as the
good to be here.
Yeah, such as the madness of E3.
Yeah.
And of course Ben's here with your fancy new ass plastic controller situation. You are no stranger to making new controllers. Obviously, you guys based in Lemming and Spa did DJ Hero 1 and 2. What was it like tackling the guitar?
It was interesting, man. I mean, you know, when we started to think about it, we were like, you know, it's going to be 5 years by the time we come back.
Yeah.
Like when we come back, and you know, Guitar Hero will have been gone, and we were thinking, look, we got to come back with something new. Like if we just bring the same gameplay, everyone that's an expert player or whatever is going to get straight at it. Everyone that only ever hit medium is going to straight hit medium. And we were like, look, we've got to give you a new challenge. So we started to think about how could we do it. And we tried loads of different configurations with the buttons and things like that. But what we figured, and some people say to me, what is it about you guys and 3 buttons with DJ Hero and everything? But, you know, there's 6 buttons. And but we were like, you know what, so many people only use 3 fingers when they play the game. Like as soon as they have to use the pinky, and I was one of them.
Freak out.
Yeah, freak out, couldn't do it. May as well chop it off. It's useless to me, right? And,
you must think those people are just massive pieces of shits. They can't even use like all their fingers.
I don't judge anyone, yeah.
So we were like, right, we need to make something that is going to kind of play into people's play patterns, you know, where where people are just using their 3 fingers, but how can we add depth to it? And that's really where the idea came from, is kind of bringing that second row of buttons in above the top. You know, we only bring it in on a slightly more difficult level, and it allows us to kind of add difficulty, but people don't get out of their comfort zone by having to use their pinky. So that was kind of one of the first drivers. And then really it was like, we started to go, you know, what makes people feel like a rock star? And it was always the guitar. You know, everyone was like, the motion of putting it on. And we said, you know, what is that? And everyone kind of does this like air guitar. Like, can you do this? It's like the universal sign of it. And this bit we got pretty right. But then we started to look, well, people do this with their fingers. And they were kind of going up and down the strings kind of thing. So that helped us, kind of drove us down that route to kind of make this hand do something a little bit different.
Excellent. Matt, did you play these games at all during the whole like progression of the series?
Yeah, I did, yeah. I played them, and I enjoyed, you know, the more technical stuff when Dream Theater had some songs in there and they got more progressive and metal. I enjoyed that because it was, you know, quick fingers, and people that can really play the game, it was really impressive to me.
Yeah.
Because it's a completely different thing than...
yeah, when you go and play your songs, does it ever feel any way approximating what you're actually doing with your real guitar? Is it like, are there ever moments where you're like, that's kind of there?
Well, you know, Sinister would be the one to ask, but since I do play guitar, I mean, it's close. It's really close, especially with the way that the 6 buttons is set up. It's more of a chord progression, right? You can do chords. You would do chords down there. You can do multiple buttons instead of going all over the place, because that would be like playing a solo at all times. This is more like playing a real guitar, so it gets even closer with this controller.
Speaking of solos, all the hammer-ons still work? Is that still okay?
Still got all that in. I mean, if you see anything come up there with a little glow around the base of it, that's what that is.
So for those who are watching now, the white ones are the ones on the bottom. You guys sort of telegraphed that by having them pointing down as well.
Yeah, we thought we would try and make it as easy as possible. So those pointing down and white, that's bottom row. Pointing up, black, top row. And then where you see the half and half squares, you might have just saw that, that's both buttons.
Cool. One of the other things that's happened with you guys sort of reinventing this guitar is that I guess when the Guitar Hero franchise continued and you guys kept like adding instruments and whatnot, the guitar stayed the same for the most part. There were some mechanical differences. So when a new Guitar Hero came out, I was like, oh yeah, I know how to use this. You know, I'm a fan of video games. I can't play the normal guitar for shit, but I know how to play this. It's familiar. A kind of interesting thing you've done is you've reset the playing field. So even people who are big Guitar Hero fans are going to have that like eureka moment where their hand does what they want it to all over again.
Yeah, and what's interesting is it's still familiar, right? You know, we were playing it earlier, and you know, as Matt said, these guys have played the game before. It didn't take long for everyone to get back into it, and it doesn't take long, especially like our expert players. One of the things we find our expert players who do use the pinky and run down, they kind of have ghost pinky. They keep trying to do this for a little while. But we found it takes like maybe 2 songs, and the kind of familiarity of what you're doing kicks in, but then you're into the challenge, and it's like I'm learning something new. The game is challenging me on a different level, which is, you know, I think you got to do that with a new game.
Well, people don't want the same thing. There's no point in relaunching the series if you're going to do the same thing. It's like when Nintendo moved on, and you got the Xboxes, the controllers change and they progress, and it just gets better. But you get used to it after, a couple of minutes.
You gotta keep. Yeah, you gotta. It's like you gotta keep up with the times, but then once you're in there, it becomes second nature again.
Totally.
Yeah. I want to ask you in a second, Matt, about the Guitar Hero TV stuff. But first of all, since we have this footage up in front of us here, just speak a little bit about the FMV situation. I saw some of your guys came to our studio a couple of weeks back, and I was playing, I think it was an Elbow song, and it was like straight up green screen in the background still.
Yeah.
Talk about the process of making that, because there's sort of two different levels to each FMV or full motion video crowd you have here.
I love that you call it FMV. I'd know even FMV since I was a little kid is always like that awesome part of the video game that looked rad, and I'm like
3DO.
Kind of suppose it is a little bit. So basically, what we wanted to do, we wanted to put you on stage looking at the crowd and kind of make you the rock star, and so you can see what it's like, being Matt and whatnot. And
is there a mini game where you have to come and talk about the game on an E3 stage show?
That's a great idea.
Stick it in.
We're going to do that. So, the first thing was, let's turn the camera around, let's make you perform to a crowd. We had a code word when we were making it, which was stage fright. We wanted to give you stage fright.
Yeah.
So then early on we then said, well look, why don't we do it a little bit differently than, just inside a game engine. Let's film real people, and then let's try and figure out a way for them to react to you. So the way we filmed this was, we used a Mocon rig camera, which is like a giant robot with a camera on the end of it. Much like a robot that you would see building cars on a production line.
It's a motion control rig, is it?
It's run by motion, yes, but it's not like motion control in the sense like you do motion capture. But yeah, motion control, it does the same thing every single time, and you don't have to feed it. It doesn't get tired. Like all these cameramen that will do eventually, it doesn't do that. So it allowed us basically to film, the positive pass and then the negative pass, which means, if Ben finally decides to try and screw up for us. He'll change like it did there, and the frame it changes is going to be exactly the same. The only difference is the the band's and the crowd's reaction to you is going to change. And we filmed it. We actually had only about 200 people in our crowd, which is the one you saw with the green screen. We hadn't finished that one yet, and we would basically take those people and then we would move them back.
Just copy paste.
Yeah, essentially we copy and pasted, but we did real life copy and paste. So we'd move them all back. Do it again, and all of a sudden those 200 people, they're like 400 people, they're 800 people, and we'd move them around, and all the tall ones we'd put in different places so you couldn't tell.
And what I like is that you don't just have massive amphitheaters, you've also got kind of like shitty dive bars, which presumably is when you're starting off in a band, you gotta make your way up as well.
Gotta make your way up.
Well, I mean, we're in festivals and stuff like that, and then, we use the dive bar in a slightly different way. We want to have it as a, imagine this band goes and does a gig for its 100 biggest fans and stuff like that. So we wanted to make it feel a bit more kind of exclusive.
So talk a bit about the sort of the wider world of Guitar Hero. Obviously you couldn't do this for every single song that you were going to release, and digital downloads is a massive part of any of these types of games. They've almost become like services. So talk a little bit about that, the expanded one.
So the other part of the game, GHTV is what we're talking about a lot this E3, and I guess the easiest way to think about it is, if you go back 5 years and you think about how many people were connected with their consoles, it was a relatively low number. It's something like less than 40%.
Really?
And then you fast forward to today, I think it's upwards of 80% across all consoles were connected, which is a completely different landscape.
And
right?
people have just gotten used to buying shit on the internet.
Well, that's the thing. Think about how many of us have all got Netflix accounts and things like that, and we don't own that content, but we just use it when we want to use it.
Yeah.
And we, as consumers, we've become these people that, when I want something, I just want it when I want it, and I'll go get it because I am connected. So TV was about building a game that spoke to that, and we were able to give our fans and fans of the band's content and music quickly as possible without having to wait and do another disc. We can constantly update it. So TV, it's going to be several channels that are always going to be broadcasting. When you jump into it, you're going to jump into whatever channel's on, and you're going to jump into whatever show's on, and you can just play, and you just play along, and it'll be multiplayer, and you can play against your friends, you'll be match made against people, you can plug another guitar and you can play. And then there are going to be other on-demand shows with some really cool content, and I'll let Matt talk about that, because we're doing something with Avenge that's really rad, and it's going to be out at launch, and we're excited.
Yeah, so I mean, at launch, we wanted to be a part of this game, and one thing that was intriguing to us was to release something that's never been released instead of, you know, a song that, you know, kids go online, they make their own versions of these, and it's cool to give them something that they've never had. So we have a bunch of live shows from the last few years. We have playing at Donington and, you know, Download Festival. We have Mexico City. We have all these huge shows we recorded. We thought it'd be cool to insert what we do into the game and do some live tracks that no one has yet. And if you order the game, you know, pre-order the game, then you get those tracks. So it's the only way to get them is to get the game early.
Yeah.
And you get 3 Avenged Sevenfold tracks. And we're going to do a lot of other stuff with our artwork and with the band in general. But that's how we're going to start it off. And so that's what we're excited about, is to give people content that they've never seen.
Yeah. Obviously, that's really cool for Avenged Sevenfold fans to be able to get access to that stuff and play with it. Matt, you've obviously been doing this for a long time, and earlier today I was talking to Tony Hawk. We're doing this sort of documentary about the impact that his franchise has had on video games. And one of the things we talked about was how those games, they sold different types of music to people. Like, I remember listening to bands in Tony Hawk 1, 2, and 3 that I'd never heard of, and they're bands that I like listen to. Like, the reason I'm wearing Vans shoes is probably because I played a bunch of Tony Hawk.
Yeah.
When you get involved in these games, do you ever feel like you're, apart from, you know, getting stuff out there for your fans, do you feel like you're scooping up new fan bases and getting into places you weren't there before?
Absolutely. You know, we did a poll on our website recently and asked people where they heard of us. And it went everywhere from Madden 2004 all the way to Guitar Hero and then Black Ops in between. So for us, you know, you look at the fan base and there's so many people that were introduced to us through either Beast and the Harlot or Chapter 4 on Madden 2004 or Backcountry or Need for Speed, these games. And that's what people, they hear the stuff, they never heard it before, they're being exposed to it the same way radio used to do it, which doesn't have the power anymore. And so being a gamer, it makes sense for us because I play so many games that I want to hear our stuff in it anyways, you know, so I'm a fan of it in the first place. So, but it's also, I mean, the audience is huge and it helps the bands, you know, as much or more than it helps the actual makers of the game. So it's a good relationship.
Cool. Matt, pleasure. Thank you very much for coming in. Jamie, pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Ben, great job. Yeah, go on. Guitar Hero Live, when will people be able to play it and what platforms?
Well, you're going to be able to come and play it on the show floor now, so if you're around, come and check it out.
What if you're on the internet and you're not anywhere near LA?
If you're not anywhere near LA, then you're going to have to wait until October 20th in the US.
All right, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Gentlemen, thank you all so much for coming on. Enjoy the rest of your E3. Really appreciate your time, especially you. Nice work. I know there was a little bit of a delay there. You did a good job. We got a bunch more stuff coming up today. Infinity is going to be on later on, showing off his brand new game on Microsoft. But first of all, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with Mighty Number 9. Stay tuned. Awesome. Thanks, gents. That was right. what's up? Welcome back to GameSpot stage right here at E3 2015. I'm delighted to be joined by Mr. Nick Yu, producer over
Thank
Concept.
you.
How you doing, my friend? We're here to talk about one of those Kickstarter games. I don't know if you heard of Kickstarter. Apparently now you can just put one on a conference.
What is that?
Yeah, you can just put it on a conference now and it'll earn $2 million pretty quickly.
That was amazing.
It still hasn't caught up with Mighty Number 9 though. You guys, it was 3.8 or something?
3.8 on Kickstarter alone, and then on PayPal we had about $20,000. So overall, $4 million at the very end.
That just knocked it over the edge. I liked it. That was pretty cool. And what's cool about your game is that it's really proof of concept for when Kickstarter works is that we're going to see it in September. So
Yes.
you guys have turned it around in 2 years.
2 years, a little bit less than 2 years, but we really worked hard on it.
Yeah.
We really did.
We got some gameplay we're going to get to in a little while. For those who don't know anything, I'm sure that there's not many people who don't. Obviously, the lineage with Mega Man and Keiji Inafune. Just give us a sort of a backstory as to how this game came about.
So, Inafune has been making action games for almost his entire career, and that's like, what, a little bit less than 30 years now.
Wow.
So, he's always been a huge fan of the action games, and he likes to make them. And I'm pretty sure, 2D side-scroll games always, in the back of his head. And when our agent brought up this idea of, starting a Kickstarter, this is the first place he wanted to do. Like, let's do 2D side-scroll games. And then we'll gather from there. We'll see who should we, asking this game to be made from. And immediately he saw, Integrates.
Yeah.
They have been making, 2D side-scroll games for their whole life. And we also, talked with Tom Fon and Matsumai-san, if you know those people. They are actually the original Mega Man team.
Oh, really?
With Inafune himself. So the original team coming back together to make this game.
Excellent. We're sort of used to Kickstarter here in the West. Was this a game that was being sold from Japan to like the Western audience, or is Kickstarter a known quantity in Japan?
Well, not too many people know Kickstarter, the brand of Kickstarter in Japan, but I think once we got our project funded, we had some media coverage on Yahoo or those websites. So now people are kind of know about Kickstarter, and also they have their own crowdfunding system in Japan as well. So I think more people kind of noticing about Kickstarter, and I think a couple weeks ago, a project just ended their Kickstarter. It's called Bloodstained by Koji Igarashi. So more Japanese devs are trying, I think, looking into Kickstarter now.
For sure, and we saw a lot more of it on Sony's stage, of course, as we talked about earlier.
That one, yes,
I
that's
know.
huge.
I think I've dropped $29 on that. Have you done it yet?
Before I came to E3, I just backed Bloodstained. I just backed that one, and now Shaman comes around. I was like, come on.
You have to wait for years to get all these games. But we won't have to wait that long to play Mighty Number 9. It's out in September, and we're looking at it in action right now. So talk us through exactly what we're seeing on stage.
So right now, I think Willpower's playing backstage. This is the intro stage of the game. It's basically the tutorial stage, and it should be the easiest stage to go through. In this stage, where you learn the basic controls and the basic game flow of the game. And I think the core or the base of the game is we added this feature called the absorption dash. Basically, you shoot enemies a couple times, and then they'll change color, and that's when they're kind of stunned. So when that happens, you want to use your dash towards them, absorb their powers, and then that's the easiest way to defeat enemies. But also at the same time, the players will kind of risking getting hit in close range. So there's all that risk versus reward kind of thing. So if you want to get higher scores, you want to absorb them as soon as possible.
Yeah.
So now you see the numbers popping up on the enemy's head, 100%, 90%. That's that's showing how fast you absorb that enemy. So if you want, you can actually chain all the enemies at 100% throughout the whole stage, and by the end you get like 100% absorption rate. And I'm pretty sure the hardcore fans will compete with that.
Yeah, Inafune's games have never been, well, they've sort of been scalable, like easy to pick up and play, but
That's
very,
exactly
very difficult.
what we're aiming for.
So do you expect that the super hardcore players will have that level of difficulty to sort of aspire to?
They will meet their challenges for sure. I mean, this is only the normal difficulty level. We also have hard and hyper, which is even harder. And then we just added this new level, difficulty level. It's called Maniac. What it does is basically you'll die with one shot.
Oh man!
Any kind of damage will kill you right there.
Is there fall damage, or is he okay on fall damage?
Any kind of damage, any damage you'll receive, you'll die.
Somebody looks at you wrong and you die.
And there it is. The willpowers just died by the spikes.
Unlucky.
You never beat the spikes.
How big are we talking in terms of the game? How many different sort of areas? How many different aesthetics?
So we have in total of 12 stages and 8 bosses for the first 8 stages. And then after you get that through, you get into a different type of stages, and you actually get one different playable character.
Oh, cool.
The Claw, the kind of heroine of the game. And her gameplay is totally different from what we're seeing with Beck's gameplay.
Oh my God. Is this some sort of robot cat situation?
Yes, and if you look at the life bar of the boss, the life bar isn't actually decreasing, and you saw that there. With bosses, you actually have to absorb them live to actually defeat them.
Oh wow!
So once the boss changes color, you actually have to dash towards them and absorb their powers.
Oh wow!
If you don't do it fast enough, they will actually heal that amount of damage gave to them and become, healed again. So for every boss, you have to do that. I know it kind of sounds, crazy and a lot of work to do, but once you start doing it, you'll really see why we put it in there, because we want players to take the risk to get in close range with the boss and absorb their powers. So you actually have to time yourself, see the distance between yourself and the boss. So it's all about getting close and personal with the boss.
Yeah, and presumably with Inafune's previous titles, variety in boss fights and sort of as you unlock abilities and skills, bringing those into the fray. Is that very much the same in Mighty Number 9?
Yes, basically you will gain the boss's ability once you beat them, and you can use them against different bosses, as well as you can use them throughout the stage. Some of the stage actually require you to use some of the abilities to solve the puzzles. So you're not using the abilities against the boss, and you're using that in the stage as well.
And what was it like working with the Kickstarter backers? Because I remember I was keeping an eye on the project over the past 2 years, and there were often times where you guys were even setting up votes on what character models should be in the game. What was that process like? How involved were the backers in the creation of it?
So Inafune, he has been saying that he wants to make the kind of games with not backers but fans together.
Yes.
And it's pretty much what that dream came true. So we had throughout the whole Kickstarter campaign, we made updates on what's going on with the project every day. And after the campaign, every day, it was brutal.
What happens if it was like the day before you guys were just out on the town, had a couple of beers, and you just didn't want to do anything that day?
Nobody was drinking a single drop of alcohol throughout the whole campaign. It's kind of...
Your launch party's going to be fun.
Now you kind of bring back the nightmare, so to say, or my nightmare, because I have to work from 10 o'clock until, say, 8 or 9 at night, and go home, have some dinner, and get myself showered, have about maybe 2 hours of sleep,
oh my God.
And then wake up around 12 o'clock at midnight, starting working with the States.
Oh really?
Because it's two different time zones.
Yes.
I have to check all the updates that we're putting up the next day. I have to actually translate all this stuff.
Do you go back to bed then and then wake up again?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So my work will end around 3 or 4 a.m. I sleep for 3 hours, 4 hours, wake up, drag myself to the office, and starting checking things and organizing these stuff. I did that for the whole month.
I guess that's what it takes to get a Kickstarter game out in under 2 years. Is somebody like you who's willing to get up at night time. And
now we're teaming up with Deep Silver, which is located in Germany.
It's even worse.
Now we're
Do you speak German as well?
No, I don't. I'm sorry, I don't. No, now I'm kind of working, with 3 different time zones. Yeah. Before my flight to E3, I was working, before E3, it's always chaotic.
Totally.
Before E3, the Thursday, I was working until 10:30 in the office. Got back home around 11:30, dinner, shower, and then I started packing my bag for E3. And then around 4 a.m., we started recording for the DLC of Mighty Number 9.
Oh, fun.
That was 5 hours of work.
Great.
I had to go through on Skype, and then I recorded. I stayed in the recording for 5 hours. I was like dead by the end.
Nick, you look surprisingly fresh for somebody who's just done all that work. Thank you so much for coming on our stage and showing off Mighty Number 9. It's out in September. What date and on what platforms?
So platform, I'll give you the short version, everything. And
I was hoping you'd say them all.
The date for Mighty Number 9 is September 15th for North America, and then September 18th for worldwide. And for the platform, we have Steam, PC, Mac, and Linux, and PS4, PS3, Xbox 360, Xbox One, Wii U at the same time in September. And for the handhelds, it's going to take a little bit longer than the consoles because it's more work. It's not just porting. We actually have to remake most of the stuff for the handhelds.
Cool.
So that's going to come a little bit later than that.
Awesome, and hopefully you'll enjoy your launch party. Nick, thank you so much for
coming
coming
on. Thank you very
on.
much.
Really appreciate your time. Stay
Thank you.
tuned here to the GameSpot stage at E3 2015. Got a bunch more games coming up. We're going to do a little YouTube check-in in just a second, but right after that, Birdman himself, Mr. Tony Hawk's going to be up on the stage to talk about his latest skateboarding as video game. Stay tuned. Hey, what's up? Welcome to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2015 right here on GameSpot.com, or you might be watching us on the YouTubes. Who knew? YouTube, live streaming. My God, Phoebus and JT, you guys are here. Explain to me, what's going on? You guys are the live YouTube and then also just straight up sticking up yours to Twitch? Do it.
Yeah, no, well, so our mission statement at YouTube is to empower people to broadcast and share, right?
Yes.
And I think it was long overdue for us to have a really robust live platform for our creators. So we did that, right? So we're going out, we're doing that. We owe it to our creators and fans to have a good live platform. And then on top of that, I think finding gaming content in this big world on YouTube can be rather difficult. Even as big as it is, we do billions of hours of watch time every month in gaming content. Sometimes hard to find particular content. So that's kind of what inspired the YouTube gaming app that the team's been working on, and we're really excited to kind of get that out this summer.
It's interesting because I guess with the way web platforms work, people are usually sort of an incremental approach is taken where they can get into it. And you guys have live has been available and used a lot on YouTube over the past couple of years. But it's clear to see that what you guys have done with this is essentially hold back and then go, oh no, we're for real. Here's this whole platform. Right?
Yeah, so I mean, we started from scratch and really rebuilt things from the ground up. You know, like Ryan said, there's so much great gaming content on YouTube already, but it's really hard to find it, and you can't explore it in a rich, faceted way. You can't say, I'm really into Hearthstone, or I'm really into Destiny. Like, give me all the videos about that. Let me explore that. And you know, I only want to see reviews of Destiny. I want to see Let's Plays of Destiny, and we can do all of that. And so that's really why we started from scratch.
So let's start from sort of a blank slate here. I'm somebody who likes video games. Yeah. How do I interact with this app? Is this a web app? Is it on my phone? Is it on a tablet?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So the one thing that when you look at this whole landscape, YouTube, Twitch, MLG, Hitbox, Zubo, all these platforms, right, is your experience for gaming content is incredibly fragmented. You're on YouTube for VOD, you're going to other live platforms for live content.
Totally, yeah.
So that needs to just change, right? There needs to be a one-stop destination for all the content in the world, live and VOD. So like, first things first, that's
hey
what
man,
we're going to do.
Throw us a bone.
Yeah,
we can still do some on GameSpot if you want.
No, GameSpot's going to be a big part of it, man. You got a big YouTube channel. We love it, man. Front and center. So yeah, really focus on that. But yeah, it's on mobile, tablet, and for the first time in YouTube's history, we're launching a desktop experience as well.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to go to gaming.youtube.com and check it out that way.
So do you expect that you're going to have a lot of, you know, sort of infamous broadcasters from, say, other platforms coming over to you guys, or is this also about unlocking the massive amount of personalities that are already on YouTube?
Yeah, well, I would say that, you know, most those other platforms, their creators were already on YouTube in the first place.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, it was because we didn't have what we really needed to deliver an awesome live experience. They went to those other platforms for that. So all of those folks over there already have YouTube channels. They already have huge audiences, and so we're really excited for them to be able to engage with their fans in an interactive way right on our platform and not have them have to go somewhere else to build up a new audience.
The app itself, I'm somebody who consumes a lot of, like, I watch video game streams and I watch VOD all the time. I'm also somebody who streams on GameSpot, and I stream on my home as well in my downtime. Is this app, is this predominantly for people as a viewing experience, or is this also being used for people to broadcast as well?
Yeah, it's just, YouTube gaming is just a viewing experience. Think of it as like a lens for YouTube for gaming content.
Yeah.
So the way you upload videos and the way you program your channel, all that happens on YouTube.com.
Yeah, and so all that happens in YouTube gaming is just it's a custom view on all of that.
Right.
So you as a creator, a video creator, you just upload videos like you always have. You go live like you maybe always have, and it just shows up in there automatically. You don't have to do anything as a creator. So there's no extra management. We merge your subscriber numbers, so there's just one big number that you're tracking, and everything is integrated in our analytics tools. So it's not, as a creator, it's actually just a complete entire value add, you know, as a gaming creator.
It's an interesting thing that you guys have decided to put it in one place. Final question. Obviously, I think music videos is probably the highest thing that's searched for on or just music in general on YouTube. Games, close second. Why was it required, do you think, or why was the sort of reasoning behind really taking a massive effort to make this one, I guess, this one platform, this one place for just games?
No, it's a great question. You know, as YouTube has gotten bigger, there's a ton of content and a lot of things happening, right? And what you really need to do is you need to have specialized experiences for people that are coming in to consume content. So we felt like, you know, it was long overdue that we gave the gaming community, which is so big on YouTube, a specialized and unique experience for the way for them to consume content.
Awesome. Phoebus and JT, thank you so much for coming on.
Nice.
Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest
Cheers.
of your electronic triple.
Thank you.
Fun time. And make sure if you're watching this on YouTube, you stay tuned. Also, why not just subscribe to GameSpot while you're here as well. We'll be back in just a minute with the Birdman himself, Tony Hawk. Hey, what's up, and welcome to the GameSpot stage right here at E3 2015. We've seen a bunch of really great games today, a bunch of interesting developer characters, but I'm very, very proud to introduce one of my heroes, especially during my teenage life, and not only in terms of the things I was up to outside of the house, but also the things I was up to inside the house. Mr. Tony Hawk, thank you so much for joining us today. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5. It seems funny to even say 5, considering that you got all the way up to 8, 9, 10. And what we're talking about here is basically a sort of a return to the formative years of the Tony Hawk experience. Tell us about this game.
The 2-minute challenges, the way the control mechanisms, and but we're bringing it to the new generation of consoles. So obviously the graphics are much better, the motion is better, and the online element is a whole new thing for us. So we are able to have people create their own parks, share it with the world, and have up to 20 people playing with you from all across the globe.
It's crazy. The online stuff has been involved in other Tony Hawk games. I remember there was PlayStation exclusives for some of the online stuff, and Xbox fans wanted to get online so much that they actually hacked it into their system. Because they had System Link. Has that always been a sort of a push for you guys? Because Tony Hawk is it's almost like a competitive type game. I remember playing with my buddies, and I'd have a go on Warehouse, and then be like, all right, you try
well, that's always been an element. It was definitely multiplayer, but the multiplayer that we were more used to was with two people on the same console with a split screen. And we obviously had online play in the past, but it just wasn't, it hadn't come of age like it has now. So the fact that we can utilize that, and I mean, we can offer the game digitally, we can offer downloadable content, all those elements were not in part of the THPS series originally.
Let's look at some of the gameplay here. You guys debuted this, I know, on Jeff Keighley's stage for YouTube E3. Some familiar looking places here.
Yeah, well, we got some of the old favorites, school and the warehouse, a little bit of the hangar in there, and we have new elements too, where you can, get electrocute your board or set it on fire and actually literally blaze a trail behind you.
That's excellent. Are you guys going to have in the 2-minute ones collecting skates?
Yes.
Would you collect a secret tape? Do people have secret tapes anymore?
Yeah, well, or maybe a thumb drive.
Yeah, man, it just doesn't have the same ring to it.
Not quite, no.
What about the skaters you're going to have in there? Because obviously the world of skateboarding has changed a lot. I was about to say it's changed a lot. You're still doing it, and it's been...
Well, Andrew Reynolds also has been skating actively since our release and still killing us. So he and I are the two original characters in the game. But we have a new lineup. I mean, I think it represents the state of skateboarding currently. Aaron Hamoki, Jaws, who's considered sort of the big stunt man these days. Nyjah Huston, who's the winningest skater of our generation.
Yeah.
Lizzie Armanto, who I think is the best female transition skater. Leticia Buffoni, David Gonzalez. It's a solid crew, so I'm really proud of them.
Are you going to dive into the unlockable characters stuff as well?
Yes.
Is that all you're going to say?
Well, they're known as secret characters, so I have to keep them a secret.
All right, maybe some certain policemen. It'd be weird if Spider-Man showed up again. Who knows?
That's not impossible.
Okay, all right, we'll have to stay tuned, I guess. And then in terms of the levels themselves, at this stage you've got this just massive collection of fan favorites to pull from, between the downhill stuff, like iconic ones like School and School 2, the hangar, like Venice Beach. In a way, I remember playing these games in Ireland, and I'd never been to America before, and then the first time I was in America was in Los Angeles, and the first thing I did was go down to Venice Beach, and I was like, holy shit.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's actually kind of like that. Are you going to be diving back into the old stuff mostly? Are you going to be making new levels?
It's a mix. There are some classic levels in there and some new ones. Like the barracks is a famous skate facility. That's the training grounds for this game.
Yeah, it's just here, right?
It's here in LA, yeah. But we are relying on people wanting to create their own. And like I said, I think that's a big element that we were missing before. So the idea that someone can create a skate park that we hadn't even thought of and share it online, and strangers could come and join them for a session.
Yeah, Create a Skater, or Create a Skate Park rather. I think it was in the second game. Again, really increased the longevity of the experience.
I think so,
on that one. in terms of, I guess, the sort of the wider conversation about Tony Hawk, this is a franchise that we're seeing return. We've seen Activision do it with Guitar Hero. We just had them up here.
Yeah.
Again, it's almost like the good old days, I guess. What's it like to you seeing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater return in the THPS sort of format? Because stuff got real big with Underground. It sort of turned into like a Viva La Bam sort of stuff, and then it grew with the way open world games were growing. What does it feel like to be sort of compacting it back
It's
down
exciting to return to what made our series popular in the first place. I'm hugely proud of all the games, to be honest, but the idea that this is representative of what put us on the map, and we're sticking with that same formula for the fans. I mean, this really is an answer to the calling of so many fans of the series.
Totally.
Over the last 4 years, I can't even count how many, tweets and messages I've gotten about just wanting that formula, and so we're bringing it.
The Neversoft worked on the game for the sort of the most time. You guys have been working with Robomoto. The HD game came out, I think it was in 2012 at this stage. That game came out to sort of a mixed opinion. There was some people that said it was very good. Some people said it didn't feel as tight as the old games. What's it been like working with Robomoto, considering this is the one that kind of really matters? This is like the new one.
It's felt that we definitely have a reverence for the series, and it has felt that important. And we've actually consulted with some former Neversoft developers on it.
Wow.
So I feel like all the pieces are in place for this one to satisfy and hopefully exceed the expectations of the original fans.
An interesting thing whenever we talk about old franchises returning, it's kind of weird to talk about it in terms of sports games because we never say that about Madden or FIFA. And in many ways, in action sports, you blaze the trail.
Well, I'm waiting for the return of track and field.
Oh, really? Yeah. Could be, do you think your fingers can go?
My
fingers can't do that anymore, man.
Just break all your joysticks, yeah.
It's interesting because, in a way, we've all these people here watching, all massive fans of the games, I'm sure, but there's a whole new generation. Like, I grew up playing those games, loving them when I was 11, 12, 13, the whole way through college. But there's a whole generation of kids who might never have played the Pro Skater games. Do you think you're also sort of going for them with this?
Absolutely. We want to share it with the whole new generation. I think there are a lot of people, plenty of people that played our games that are now parents themselves and can share it with their kids. There's some kids who are just going to discover it for the first time and think it's a whole new thing. And I'm proud of how it represents skating, so I hope they find it.
We talked earlier today for a feature that'll be on GameSpot in a month's time or so, sort of wider about the history of skateboarding video games and the influence that your franchises in particular had on, I guess, sort of translating the vocabulary of skateboarding to the world. If we can sort of dive back into that for a little bit. For you, looking back at games like Tony Hawk's 1, 2, and 3, you're somebody who's actually involved in developing these games. You're not just like Tiger Woods golf. Just speak to what it was like being involved, being responsible for the skateboarders' video game, because it must have been like almost like a burden to get it right.
It was, but it was a responsibility I took on myself, because when we first started the game, it did feel very much like something that was a test.
Yeah.
And so I played video games my whole life. I always appreciated that skating was included in video games, but I never thought it was represented that well. And so if I had the chance to do it, I really wanted it to be authentic. I wanted it to represent the culture and the lifestyle, the music, the looks, the skating, the way it feels. And so I dove in head first, and when we first released the game, I just thought it would be something that skaters would enjoy, and maybe it would inspire skaters to start playing video games. That's really the goal of what that first and foremost, I wanted the skaters to be happy with it. So it's definitely just a pressure I took on myself, and the idea that it inspired a generation to start skating or to get interested in skating was kind of a happy accident.
Yeah, it's incredible to think that, I guess, video games in so many ways allow people to do things that they can't do in real life, travel to places they can't, or engage in experiences that they otherwise wouldn't have. The difference with this was that people could go out and spend $100 on a skateboard if they really liked it.
Yeah, they could go try 360-foot quicker grinds all day long if they want to.
I've only got a couple of questions left because I know you're a busy man here at E3. When you're selecting the skaters for these games? And also when you're selecting the bands who get their music in a Tony Hawk's Pro Skater game, do people just like throw their hands up and are like, just like me, put me in?
Yeah, and especially with the advent of social media, I mean, since our first series, I've actually found a couple bands like through Twitter that were, that were very loudly and consistently trying to get my attention. And I went and looked at heard their music and thought maybe this will fit. And so there are a couple bands that we've discovered in that way and put in the game. There is some classic punk stuff that I feel like there's so much to choose from my generation that we didn't use in the previous game. So there's some of that. There's new stuff. I mean, I feel like there's as much pressure to have a good soundtrack almost as there is to have a good game.
Excellent. When will we be able to get our own hands on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5 and on what platforms?
Later this year. First it'll be released on Xbox One, PS4, and then the older systems right after that.
Awesome. Tony Hawks, thank you so much for coming on and talking to us. Really appreciate it. Very much looking forward to getting back on the skateboard because God knows physically I'm not quite. I don't know why I'm saying physically. You're approaching your late 40s and you're still doing it?
Yeah, thank you for saying I'm approaching them.
So sorry.
I've hit them, but I want the facade that I'm approaching them.
I've got more gray hair than anyone twice my age, so don't worry about it. Thanks so much for your time again.
Thank you.
Stay tuned to the GameSpot stage. We'll be back in just a little bit with KJ Inafune and Hughes New Game for the Xbox One. Hello, welcome back to GameSpot stage right here at E3 2015. Tony Hawk still taking photographs of people. He's probably going to be there for the next little while, but it doesn't matter. We got Bruce and James, Funhouse boys. What's going on?
What's up? Do we have to skateboard with Tony Hawk right now?
That's what you get
I have
to
to
do.
get
in line, actually,
Yeah,
to wait for the autograph.
That's a long line.
Yeah.
How are you guys doing? Rooster Teeth represent.
Yeah, we're doing well. We're broadcasting over in the other hall on YouTube, and it's going well. We're
just have to scurry on over here.
Yeah, that's exactly what we did.
Last year I got to the South Hall once.
Okay.
And that was the first time I'd been in the South Hall because we're
Yeah.
just like here.
Yeah, you're stuck.
Most of the time.
Yeah, you're stuck.
What's going on in the South Hall?
What's going on over there?
There's a lot of Smite.
There's some Smite over there.
So we're right next to a Smite, or it's the Curse voice chat.
Yeah, like
and,
yeah.
but we just hear the Smite theme song over and
Great.
over and over and over.
Honestly,
again.
we're just staring at a wall.
It's like us and Atlas.
Yes.
It's just Persona dancing
Yeah.
non-stop.
You just see the same thing for
Yeah.
8 hours.
It's great. I love it. I know so much about Persona.
Yeah.
Let's step back from E3 as it is open today. It's crazy to think that this is day one because we've actually had 2 days of ridiculous announcements. Let's go back to Sunday. I've been having my iPhone open all the time because I'm playing this goddamn
You got a
Fallout
thing.
Shelter.
You got a vault you're managing over there.
It's like the worst game to play when you're trying to do E3 because it's about like people management and you have to keep going back. What do you guys think of Fallout 4?
I still think, now having watched all the press conferences, I still think Bethesda won. I mean, they came out so strong, and Like I said, all the credit to Todd Howard for keeping all that stuff secret.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
For so long. I don't know how he did it. I have no idea how he did it, but he came out with a mobile game and Fallout 4 and like the collector's edition. He hit us over the head and just ruined us.
Yeah.
We were all so excited. So.
Do you guys have much love for Doom? I wasn't too hot on it.
So I like the Fallout franchise, but the Doom stuff that I saw was like, oh my God, I want to rip off someone's leg and I want to smash it into their face.
Yep.
Like it looks so like gritty and like fun though, and that's one of my favorite things about Wolfenstein that just came out was it was like really fun, and that's what looks like Doom is basically going to end up being.
For sure, and like I'm sort of not. Doom didn't wow me, but then Wolfenstein never wowed me when I saw it in demos either.
Did you ever play it?
And then when I played it, man, that might be the best Wolfenstein game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
So who knows? This Doom might, that's a big tall order, but it's certainly up there. Let's go then to last night or yesterday. We had Microsoft showing off all of their stuff. Was there anything in Microsoft that jumped out to you? We saw Gears, we saw Halo 5 Guardians,
Halo was cool.
We saw the HoloLens Minecraft stuff.
HoloLens really kind of made me go like, oh, like, because we see a lot of like Oculus and Project Morpheus and stuff, but I'm like, I'm just going to put that on and play a game like for the next little while. But HoloLens is like, can I put that on and then put in my GPS and then tell me where I go on the road? Like I could see applications of that. But as far as games like Recore, look pretty good. Oh. I like the little independent thing, and it comes from the developers that made Metroid Prime. So.
Totally,
They have some credentials.
We have
them.
KJ Inafune is on with Recore right after you guys.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow, right on.
So I'm looking forward to that one as well.
I was actually really surprised about backwards compatibility. I was like, good for them.
That coming?
Yeah, good for them. That was really good.
I think they must have a lot of people who still own 360s.
Oh,
they're trying to shift over.
Absolutely.
And then Sony, because if E3 wasn't exciting enough with all the Microsoft stuff, solid conference from them, a crazy conference from Bethesda.
How much money have you given to Shenmue?
I had $29.
I gave him $30,000. I don't know if you're aware of that.
He's the one that put him over the
I'm the
2
big
million
Shenmue
mark.
fan. I thought Sony was a total fan service conference, so I got why everybody was so excited. But I don't care about Shenmue.
Yeah.
I don't care about Final Fantasy VII.
Oh no!
So
Last
I was
Guardian?
Just like,
Last Guardian?
So here's the thing. I don't care about Last Guardian. The game itself looked cool, and I was really excited to see a game that was playable. But I don't care. Like it didn't matter to me. And like, it's great that Shenmue made so much money, but all right.
It's gonna make a lot more if it's gonna stick. James, what about yourself?
I was gonna say it was really strange how games that have already existed overshadowed new games. Like for me, Horizon looked awesome.
Yes.
That game looked. I wanted to play that. Like I felt my fingers twitching getting ready to play that game. But then everyone exploded when they mentioned Shenmue, and I'm like, really? Like this game looks amazing, and Shenmue kind of already failed. But whatever, to each their own.
There's a reason that's getting kickstarted.
Yeah.
Yes,
Exactly.
They're saying that the Shenmue 2 had if you adjust for inflation, it cost about $60 million.
Oh,
so
to make?
they're gonna. I think it's at 3.5 now. They're probably just as well. They're gonna have to keep
it
going.
It cost $60 million to make.
$60 million.
Shenmue
Adjusted for
2?
inflation, yeah. Those forklifts, man.
Are you kidding?
Apparently.
I need to give another $3 million to Shenmue.
Get more jackets.
Okay.
As much as bad, did any of you guys pick up? Like I dropped $29 on Shenmue, but I bought the special Pip-Boy edition of Fallout 4.
I gotta do that. I gotta do that. Yeah. Apparently, there's a Star Wars Battlefront collector's edition.
Oh, really?
That they were just released. I don't know what's in it. I saw the tweet and I wasn't able to look at it because my internet went down. So there's something going on with that I gotta buy right now.
It's one of George Lucas's fingers. They're just chopping them up and putting them in.
Oh man, that sounds
piecemeal.
nice. I like that.
Dudes, what are you doing for the rest of the show? Obviously, you've come over and give us a bit of your time. What are you guys doing over in the South Hall?
We're live streaming over at youtube.com/E3 for the next 2 days.
Yeah.
And we're just talking to developers and trying to have a good time.
Yeah, we're
Enjoy
stuck in one
ourselves over
place
there.
just like you are.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
the whole thing.
Absolutely.
Gentlemen, great to meet you. Matt's fan of Funhouse.
Nice
Thank
to
you
meet
so
you,
much for
Danny.
coming on. Really appreciate it.
Yeah,
Enjoy
definitely.
the rest of your E3. We've got a couple of more check-ins over the next couple of days here on the GameSpot couch. I'm here for another 3 appointments, and the next one's going to be real fun. KJ Inafune is coming on to talk to us about Recore. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to GameSpot's continuing coverage of E3 2015. As we know, every E3 is full of surprises. Yesterday had no shortage of them, and one of the best ones we saw on the Microsoft stage was a new game from the one and only Keiji Inafune, Recore. And I'm delighted to be joined by Inafune-san. Nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Mark from Harbinger as well here, and Kyoga, you're going to be interpreting for Mr. Inafune. Yep. Thank you so much for coming on and talking to us today. This is a game that I think sparked a lot of people's interest. Obviously, we know the Mighty Number 9 is continuing, so really fascinating to see that another AAA game from Mr. Inafune here.
マイティナンバー9もですけれども、それに加えて今回はすごいサプライズの新規 IP のタイトル、これもまさにまたトリプル A 級のものだと思うんで出来上がってきてると思うんですけれども、ちょっとまあ簡単に紹介。
そうですね。今回割となんていうのかな。ただ戦うだけの世界観じゃなくて、その哀愁のあるゲームを作りたいということで、この主人公のジュールとマックっていうロボットとの友情であったりとか、そこにバトルが入ってきたりとかするような人類の未来とかそういうところまで感じさせるようなそういうゲームになってるんで、また新しい稲船ワールドみたいなのを出せるんじゃないかなと思ってます。
So my hope is that with this brand new title, Recore, that I can show you a completely different dimension of my world, Inafune's world. And by that, what I mean is that, you know, just from looking at the trailer, you might think, oh, wow, combat heavy, and it's going to be all action adventure. But there's layers and layers that are going into this game, one being the main character here, Jewel, and her relationship that she will hopefully build over time with companions such as Mac here. So it's a world filled with combat, but also friendship, love. There's a lot of themes that are really building up this story, and at a very high level, at a very sort of conceptual level, the backdrop is set at a time when there may be only a few human survivors, and what the world's going to be like at that time.
I'm interested to know, you've been involved in of course, games like Dead Rising, Lost Planet, all of these wonderful games to come out on the Xbox console. Obviously, we knew you were working on Mighty Number 9, but how long has this been in development?
これ実際に開発期間はもうどれぐらい経つんでしょうかね。
そうですね。これ14ヶ月ぐらいもうやってると思うんですけど、本当にアマチュアと一緒に考えながらやってて、彼らとのそのリレーションシップともちろんマイクロソフトのメンバーとすごいこう綿密に話し合って作ってるんで、すごい濃い14ヶ月を過ごしてきました。
So it's been about 14 months, counting all the months. It's been about 14 months, but it's been a very close collaborative project with Armature as well as Microsoft, and so it's hard to believe that it's only been 14 months because of the tightness and the closeness of the relationship that we built here. But yeah, in a little over a year.
Your games are always full of wonderful characters. Tell us something about these characters, and especially the creature. How many times will the creature be changing form, and what are we looking at in this blue ball? Is it the creature's soul? Is it the creature's essence?
稲船さんのゲームはすごいキャラクターにすごく性格、愛嬌がたくさん詰まってると思うんですけど、今回ジュールもそうだと思うんですね。で、特にやっぱり一緒にいるこのワンちゃん、犬のロボットっていうのはこのコアを見ると魂のように見えるんですけど、どういう性格の持ち主だったり、これを逆に別の ね、ロボットにはめ込むとかいうそのあたりに関してちょっとお聞かせください。
そうですね、もともとのやっぱアイデアがコアがありきで、コアに性格を持たせるっていうところに、そこにどういう形付けをしていくかっていうことをそのアマチュアのメンバーといろいろ考えながら、でデザインの部分もそれに合ったデザインを、しかも日本人が好むだけじゃなくてアメリカでも世界中でも好むって全員がこれは素晴らしいと思えるようなデザインに一緒に考えながら、西洋のいい部分と東洋のいい部分を混ぜ合わせて作って、コアを取り巻くその他の部分っていうのをいろいろつけていくっていうのがこのアイディアの元なんで、それがうまく表現できているんじゃないかなと思ってます。
So at the origin of this ReCore title project is the core. And the core, as you said, is really representing the soul of this creature, this sphere that you see here. And so it's got its own sort of personality. It's got its own character to it. And what I think, together with Armature, based on that core idea of really taking the value and the importance of the core, adding in flavors, adding layers, and constructing something that not just a specific type of genre fans or not just a specific type of Japanese game fans or Western audience members can enjoy, something that hopefully will speak on a global level, universal sort of language. And that's the center of everything, is that the core hopefully will be something that can be interpreted by gamers around the world.
Mark, you must be a fan of his previous work. What's it like working? What's it like for you guys taking on this project? And what sort of form is it at now? Because obviously 14 months isn't a very long time at all.
Yeah.
And from what we've seen from the trailer, this could be multiple different types of games. So what does it look like at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, we the way Concept and Armature work is that Inafune-san's group really kind of gives us a high-level structure and ideas, like the core, everything kind of filtering back into the essence of what are these characters and how in every aspect of the game that they touch on that concept. And very early on, we kind of talked about what the game would be like. You know, we had very early was a third-person action-adventure game.
Yes.
So it wasn't just a platformer, it just wasn't a combat game. It was a really nice mix and blend of the two. Exploration was a very big part of it. And on top of those things, how can this aspect of these characters and these cores filter into every part of the game so that people are constantly reminded about the themes about the core, and you're immediately drawn to these characters. But you know, Mac, this character, is the core, but he's identified as the dog right now. But you see in the video, he quickly is put into a different form.
Yeah.
And
like, no, the poor dog.
I love dogs.
Like,
and you're always going to have the opportunity to do anything you want and customize them any way you will like. But there's going to be certain situations like that one where Mac basically sacrifices himself for the character, and those are situations that you're having to deal with, and how do you adjust your gameplay for that?
Awesome. Obviously, we're very far away from seeing this game, I'm assuming, in store shelves or digitally. When will we see more about ReCore?
このゲームに関しては近いうちにもっと知りたいですけれども、どれくらい先になったらゲームだとか他の情報を知ることができるんでしょう。
そうですね。本当はもっともっと実際見せたいし、もっと見せれる部分はあるんですけど。今後やっぱりいろいろ順に追って見せていかなきゃいけないと思ってるんで、ここやっぱり 1,2 ヶ月の間にどんどん見せていけると思うんで、期待して待っててくれてればいいかなと思います。
So obviously this week at E3, you're only seeing a very small slice, a glimpse of what to look forward to in the world of ReCore. I'm confident, the team is confident that hopefully within the next few months you will be able to show, tell, talk about it a lot more.
Awesome. Mark, Kyogo, Inafune-san, pleasure. Thank you so much for spending time with us on the GameSpot stage. I really can't wait to see more about ReCore. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for watching. We're still going live here on the GameSpot stage. Stay tuned. Aaron Greenberg from Microsoft's going to be on in just a little bit. He might bring his little controller with him, and we'll probably ask him what he thought about all the conferences here at E3. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a second.
All right, next up to talk about, we've got a bunch of games to get through here, folks. I want to talk about The Division next. We've seen The Division at Ubisoft conference a couple of years in a row here. This is the third year they've had a big fanfare around it. Is it just me, or does this game look not really as pretty as it did a couple of years ago?
Are you going down the Watch Dogs route?
I don't want to say like this downgrade nonsense, but like, man, like the Ghost Recon trailer looked better than what I saw from The Division.
Well, we'll come back to that in 2 years' time.
Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. It's I'm happy about today's gameplay because it finally showed off the sort of online connectability, what it means to be playing this game with a bunch of people and running into other people and whatnot.
Also, that Ryan guy at the end of the demo.
Dick.
So, I mean, the thing is, I mean, we've seen a lot of these multiplayer playthroughs on the press conferences, but no one's really acting like they would in a real multiplayer situation, apart from that guy.
Who griefs everyone at the end. So what we saw in the demo was that the sort of the main human team here, we're following 3 characters going around basically doing a mission in the world of The Division, get accosted by this other group of online players, and then they sort of band together, and then at the end they decide to turn on them, and then on the end it turns out that one of their friends decided to turn on them as well.
So this is really interesting to me. I mean, other games, Kane and Lynch is the first game that comes to mind that's done this before. But what's interesting about that is in Kane and Lynch, it always just devolved into everybody's just going to betray everybody else and whatever. And so my first question would be, what's to keep that from being a thing that you do? What's to keep that, you know, it sounds like a good idea, but in practice, is it really going to be meaningful, or is it always just going to end up being the same anyway?
Yeah.
I'm really curious about that.
Yeah, it's good to see them show off a little bit more of the connectability stuff, but still, it's almost that thing we're so intrigued by that there are as many questions that get answered. We get loads more questions. Like, for instance, why do you leave a Christmas tree lit up when electricity seems to have gone out of most of the city?
Because, you know, the spirit of Christmas lives on, Danny.
Because sometimes you need a good shot, and sometimes the shot overrides logic in film and in games.
That's a good point. This is the quintessential moment where he's like, no, I'm not going to help you out, bro. I'm going to finish you off because this is internet video games.
God.
Look at the numbers.
Just guns them down.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like how he
kind
of just looks at him, stares him in the eye a little bit. We also got a date for The Division, March 8th, 2016. So we can look forward to that slipping probably one more time before.
At least once.
Cynics, all of us cynics.
I'm really excited for The Division. I like it on paper. I like the idea of the interconnected multiplayer, the idea of being in groups. I'm a little bit down on the graphic stuff. Final thoughts on The Division. Alexa, what do you think?
I don't know. I feel like there are so many military shooters or military-esque shooters.
Yeah, and Ubisoft's making all of them.
Yeah, I don't know. I still don't think I've seen anything different other than, I guess, the ability to turn on your team.
Yeah.
And take their stuff. So.
What do you think, Liz?
You know, I like the idea. It kind of reminded me a little bit of I'm Alive, Ubisoft's fabled another post-apocalyptic game, where it just had that kind of feeling, you know, when the two groups kind of came up against each other, and you're like, do I trust them? Do I not?
And they nailed it in that one.
Yeah. I mean, that game could have been so much more, but maybe some of the ideas went into The Division. I don't know. But it looks. I'm still cautiously excited.
Kevin, final thoughts?
Yeah, still same pretty much. Cautiously optimistic about it. Perhaps because I want the Destiny-esque to be a burgeoning genre of its own that's worthy of getting attention. And this is the one game right now that seems to be really following in those footsteps. And I really want a better type of Destiny game. So maybe this will be it. Maybe not.
Maybe 2016 is the year of that sort of, maybe there's more and more of these games coming out.
Destiny 2.
Destiny 2 coming at E3
Oh
2016. Well, we'll be playing The Division by the time that comes out. March 8th, 2016 is when, hopefully, as long as it doesn't slip, we'll all be playing The Division. And if you want any updates on that game, of course, stay tuned right here to GameSpot.com.
Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2015. This is day one, would you believe? I wouldn't believe it because it seems like we've had 2 days of incredible announcements from software developers, from publishers, from hardware manufacturers, and one of those hardware manufacturers' corporeal form is in front of us right now. It's ridiculous. Aaron Greenberg, thank you so much for coming on and talking to us. I see you've got a little pouch there.
I do have a little pouch
Let's leave
here.
that for a second. We'll talk about it
It's
in
a little
bit.
Easter egg here.
A lot of people on social media going crazy about what Sony revealed yesterday. You guys had a really solid show first thing in the morning. It's obviously always hardest to go first. But in terms of, I guess, what's coming out this year, it seems like there's a lot of stuff happening on Xbox. There's a lot of exclusive games happening as well. Was that a focus for you guys?
Absolutely. I mean, for us, we have what we think is the greatest games lineup in the history of Xbox, and we've been working really hard to kind of bring this together this particular year, and we know people have been waiting for things like Halo 5, we know people have been waiting for Gears of War to come back. We also have Tomb Raider coming exclusively this holiday. We have a new Fable. We have Forza Motorsport 6. We have Gigantic. We have 7 with Rare Replay as well. We have 7 exclusive games all coming this holiday. Frankly, we've never had that type of lineup ever before. And so for us, we just, how do we fit it all into one briefing? And frankly, you saw we had a lot of games and franchises people want to see that we're even saving to Gamescom because we just ran out of time.
Yeah, you're right. Scalebound wasn't here. The guys from Remedy, I know,
Yes.
have had to sit on it for a little while.
Scalebound, Crackdown, Quantum Break, even some other surprises. We're going to save those for Gamescom as we kind of shift our focus to 2016. But for E3, for us, it's really about the 2015 games lineup and all the big exclusives we're bringing this holiday.
Let's talk about your big cheese. We're looking at it right now. Halo 5 Guardians, obviously hotly anticipated. The main franchise when it comes to Xbox, what people think about. I was watching this presentation, and at times it felt like what you guys were doing was out-Destinying Destiny. It sort of felt like that, that like co-op online experience that I guess we sort of now associate with Destiny because that's what people have been playing recently. What do you think is the core focus for Halo? Because obviously it's expanded so big into so many different types of game modes. When you're showing that game off, what do you really want to sort of sell?
Well, it's definitely the most ambitious Halo title 343 has ever gone off to make. And, you know, people, I think, expected us to show campaign for the first time. But to be able to reveal that you can play both as Spartan Locke, also play as Master Chief, the fact that it is 4-player co-op, but it's true drop-in, drop-out 4-player co-op. At any moment in time, you can instantly drop in. If a friend comes in for 10 minutes and drops out, they're instantly replaced by AI. The game, the campaign design is made for that. You know, this whole sort of hunter versus hunted sort of tension we've been playing up between Chief and Locke, and we're going to reveal more of that as we get closer to kind of getting deeper into the story. And then we showed, you know, people know we're bringing the traditional Halo multiplayer with the arena style, more competitive, esports focused. But the big new innovation, the big new hottest is Warzone. And so the team really invested a lot in multiplayer with this release, and 4 times bigger than any other Halo map ever made. The fact you're going to have massive 12v12, blue team versus red team. You know, they're going to be tons of weapons, tons of vehicle. There's AI in there. I mean, it's just these massive scale multiplayer. We've never seen this before from Halo, and so a lot of innovation we're really excited about.
Yeah, it looks very exciting. I know a lot of people on GameSpot.com are freaking out about that. Can't wait to get their hands on it. I want to talk to you about Rare for a little bit, because it seemed for a while there that Microsoft wasn't really doing right by what Rare was, and this year it very much seems like you've sort of, you know, in the way that Sony have taken some franchises and said, okay, you know what, you can have it. With this Rare collection, you're taking 30 of the best Rare games. Some very popular ones aren't. GoldenEye, for instance, isn't in there. But was this something you felt like you needed to do with Rare?
You know, I was able to work with Rare from the original when they first pitched us the concept, and it's been a labor of love for them. I mean, this is their 30th anniversary, and it's very rare to have a developer that has that type of rich heritage. And, you know, they had hundreds and hundreds of games, and we went through the whole catalog and, you know, really lovingly thought about how do we take this collection from, you know, Battletoads to Blast Corps to Jetpack
Perfect
to,
Dark.
You know, Perfect Dark. I'm an old RC Pro-Am fan from the old school arcade.
Did I see Viva Pinata in there somewhere?
Yes, you did. And so, you know, the N64 Conquer, Banjo's in there. I mean, like, it's 30 like great games, and probably some games you maybe even played. And so to be able to take that 30-year history, to bring it together in a collection that people can play. And we're delivering it 30 games for $30. I think it's a great value. And the other thing is we said, nobody ever releases video games during the summer. Like, why not? We're out of school, you know, we see people, a lot of people are on Xbox Live. So the first week of August, time to the Gamescom, we're releasing the title. And so we'll give gamers some, 30 new games to play and 10,000 gamer score points to unlock as well.
You are kidding me. $30 for 10,000 gamer.
That may be the best ROI on gamer
great.
Score ever.
That's even better than that Avatar game I only bought for the points. Let's talk about VR and AR for a second. Obviously, you guys were involved in what Oculus showed off last week. Announcing a partnership with Steam as well this time around. And of course, HoloLens, a very good presentation. Microsoft are obviously throwing in with their own thing with Morpheus. You guys seem to be spreading the risk a little bit. Where do you think Microsoft lies when it comes to this technology? Because at the moment it seems like you've got fingers in a couple of pies.
Sure. I mean, we're really excited about what's happening with VR and mixed reality and all that. So for us, we see this as early days. This is pioneering, really a lot of innovation is happening. I don't think people quite know exactly how this is all going to turn out. We want to support and give consumers as much choice as possible. We don't want to bet on only one technology, one solution right now. And frankly, the beauty of building on the Windows 10 infrastructure is that whether it's on Xbox One, whether it's HoloLens, or whether it's working with folks like Oculus or Valve, we stream Xbox One games to your Windows 10 PC. Oculus Rift is another great display for that. We'll be working with Valve and their VR solution on that. We're bundling the Xbox One controller with every Oculus Rift. So just supporting VR and mixed reality in multiple different ways. And then you saw with what we're doing with HoloLens is that we're innovating in that world where we're taking your real world environment and mixing that with with holographic elements. And I think Minecraft was a great example of kind of seeing that come to life. And frankly, that was one of my favorite parts of the briefing.
It was probably one of the best versions of selling that type of technology to people, or at least showing them, because the problem with, we have a massive problem in terms of video coverage here on GameSpot, trying to show people how cool VR is. So for a presentation, to the way you guys shot this, I think really helped. One piece of technology we didn't see at all mentioned was Kinect, though. Obviously, there's a Kinectless version of Xbox One now. Are you guys done with Kinect?
We are absolutely continuing to support Kinect, but we're innovating with Kinect in a different way. I mean, we're bringing a lot more features to life. So we announced the new Xbox One experience. That will include Cortana, so you'll be able to have voice commands, building more intelligence into that. But we really want Kinect to be a choice for customers. For me, I love it. I turn my Xbox on with Kinect. I use it for entertainment. I use it to do screenshots and and all that. I like to be able to have a hands-on controller and use voice commands. But frankly, a lot of people also want a better value and don't want to have to pay for it. So we're not going to force people to do that. We give people the choice. And so we're continuing to support Kinect where it makes sense.
Cool. Speaking of controllers, what's this other thing you got here?
Yes.
That's what I'm guessing anyway.
It is. By the way, our new Elite Wireless, this is the actual case that it comes in.
Nice.
So, we really care a lot about our controllers, spend a lot of time on the Xbox One controller, but we have...
You drop $150 on a controller, at least you should get as a case.
Fair enough, yes. But we have a lot of pro gamers that play on Xbox One today, and we worked with them and got a lot of their feedback on designing what we think is the best controller, frankly, that we've ever made. And so even before you get into the functionality, just how beautiful the chrome finish, just how beautiful this controller looks. It's really solid. Hold it, give it a feel.
Oh yeah, it's super solid. Oh, I like these guys.
Yeah, so we've got the paddles in the back. These are all mapped to the A, B, X, Y buttons. You can pull them out. You can customize, fully customizable. What programmers told us is that we have typically looser triggers for things like Forza, but if you're playing Halo and you want the hairpin, it'll tighten up just with a flick of a switch.
That was my one. Oh yeah, super clicky there.
Yeah, so faster. Faster shooting with the hairpin triggers.
That was actually because I'm a massive car game fan, and that in Forza having that ability to do that was fantastic. But it is a bit of an issue when you're just trying to.
And then you can customize and program every single button, and then making the D-pad even better. But if you said, hey, I wanted the traditional D-pad, you simply take this out, and then you put this in. It's just a magnetic drop-in.
Oh, wow.
You want to just get a different size. All of this is swappable. You say FPS, you want a taller one here.
Goodness.
You want a rounder one here.
People want tall ones on the left? Really?
Some people like that.
Man, I'm no esports. I can't.
And so the nice thing is you can customize it all. You can have hundreds of different profiles. You can even in-game switch from one profile to the other.
Oh, wow.
So it's a pretty exciting device.
Sorry, I'm super selfish. I just want to play it a little bit.
And you're right. It is the price of 2 controllers, but you get a true pro controller, and it's an elite product that we're really excited about.
Excellent. When is this actually going to be available?
We're taking pre-orders now, but it launches this holiday.
Awesome.
And it does come with the case.
Yeah. I got a bunch more questions about the Microsoft conference.
Yeah.
But also, I just want to ask your opinion. Sony yesterday had a pretty stellar conference of their own, obviously showing off a bunch of game people were very excited about. The Last Guardian, seeing Final Fantasy in there as well, and then Shenmue. Yeah. Are those projects that you think you might see on Microsoft platforms as well?
Well, some of them that are owned by Sony, we would expect not.
Yeah.
But, you're right. And they had a great show, and, we watch their briefing every year, and it's great to kind of come to E3, and everyone sort of shows all their games and all the new announcements, and there's a lot of fan favorites, and, I think they did a great job. At the end, we do a little bit of kind of a geeky scorecard, where we sort of look at, how many games did we show, how many exclusives did we show, how do we kind of stack up, and, we both showed 20, what's interesting, we both showed the same amount of games. We both showed 24 games in our briefing. We both showed 11 exclusive titles. We showed 7 exclusives that are coming this holiday, and Sony actually didn't show any that we saw that they confirmed this year.
Yeah.
So I think that was the biggest difference. They showed a lot of games and some fan favorites and some games I'm looking forward to playing as well on their platforms. But for us, we think the big difference is we're delivering the big exclusive games this year. And we'll talk more about 2016 as we kind of move into Gamescom and they're going forward.
And one of the interesting things from your conference was the idea that there are actually quite a lot of Xbox 360 owners who mightn't have transitioned to the Xbox One. Do you think that these are folks who have sort of gone to the dark side? Are these folks who have picked up PlayStation 4s? Or are there actually like latent 360 owners who just haven't bid on the next generation?
Yeah, we look at that pretty closely. I mean, what we know is that today there's tens of millions of Xbox 360 owners. When we do go out and talk to them, they basically tell us they've been waiting for the time and the reason to migrate. And a lot of people have been waiting for the next Halo. A lot of people have been waiting for Gears. A lot of people have been waiting for backwards compatibility. And so we think having all that coming this holiday, we expect we're going to see a massive migration. We expect millions of Xbox 360 owners to migrate and move to Xbox One. And we see the majority of people that buy an Xbox One today own an Xbox 360. So our fan base has stayed very loyal. And frankly, they're waiting for those new releases to come this year. And backward compatibility would not underestimate how big that will be for them in getting them to move.
Yeah, Aaron, another thing you guys showed off was that you guys are going to be stepping your toe into the early access world, into having games that, it's been a sort of a tough road for Steam, but it's actually proved to be, when it works really well. Can you just talk about how that works and how you guys are going to be able to police that system? Because that's kind of an issue that Valve have had.
Steam's done some great work here with early access, and as we've been working with the independent developers as part of our ID at Xbox program, one of the things we've heard consistently from them is, hey, we want to be able to have something like early access where we can let people play these games early, but one of the learnings we learned is that we want to do this in the right way when we bring it to the console. So our program is called Game Preview. It's officially launched here at E3. And so the way we're doing is we're curating it. So it's not going to be Wild West, just any possible game. We're going to take games that we think fit in that model and are on a path to actual true release. Every single game comes with a trial, so you get to try the game before you buy it. So we're really thinking about the customer experience first and putting our fans first in this way. We're excited. So we've got Dean Hall, who's really sort of the father of this early access, bringing things like DayZ, bringing his new Ion project to Game Preview. We have the folks bringing a number of other titles. And so we've got both Elite Dangerous and the long spacing. Sorry, it's been a long day. We have 2 titles available today up in Game Preview. And so hopefully people go check them out and then, provide feedback to the developers much like they do on the PC today.
Cool. Exciting stuff happening over at Microsoft. Aaron, thank you so much for your time today. I got one more question, because upstairs I was asking people a bunch of, if you had the chance to ask Aaron a question, what would you ask? What's going on with this Steven Spielberg Halo thing?
Steven Spielberg is a huge fan. In fact, he's coming to E3 on Thursday. I understand he comes every year. We have a great partnership with him. At this point, we're not telling people what we're doing, except that the partnership continues, and stay tuned.
All right, he's probably busy with that whole dinosaur thing he was doing on the side, whatever
He
that
has
was.
a busier world than just video games,
Yeah,
that's for sure.
That's a good point. I'm Greenberg. Thank you so much for coming on.
My pleasure.
Enjoy the rest of your show. Thank you for spending time with us. And thank you for watching. We are still live here on the GameSpot stage. We got a bunch more appointments up. I've only actually got one left, but it's a fantastic series, one I've been a fan of since back in the days in 1994, I feel. 98, I think is when I played my first Rainbow Six. I'll be back in a couple of minutes with Siege. Stay tuned. Hey, what's up? Welcome back to E3 right here in Los Angeles, California. You're watching the GameSpot stage, and it would not be a GameSpot stage without a CNET check-in. Ashley Escala, good to see you again.
Hey, Danny.
It's been a year since we last talked.
A whole year.
I see your face on the television every single day.
I hear this, and I'm sorry.
On the
I'm
way
so
in.
sorry.
Oh, no, it's great. So the breadth of games coverage across all CNET properties is
Yeah.
alive and well.
Yeah.
It's great to have you here today. One thing that I want to talk to you about always is Nintendo. But first of all, I overheard you talking to Peter Brown about amiibo swapping.
Okay, so.
Sounds like some weird subreddit I don't want to be involved in.
It is exactly a weird subreddit
really?
that you can be involved in. So I have wanted a Gold Mario, Silver Mario, and Rosalina for a long time, and I happened to get my hands on a NES. And
Okay.
so I had a NES and a Wii Fit trainer, and I wandered over to our amiibo swap, and I did a swap, and I got those 3 amiibo for the 2 that I traded. I was so scared that somebody was just going to steal my stuff.
So did you just mail it and they mail yours?
Yeah, they have a point system though, so you can tell people
Okay.
who have actually completed transactions. And of course, you always go look at someone's Reddit history before you make a deal with them. So, but I did that, and he seemed legit. He was really nice, and I did the trade and got my 3 amiibos that I wanted. So, but
excellent.
Now I'm gonna have to actually physically harm people in line. I think I might have to get like boxing lessons
Yeah.
so that I can get the woolly Yoshi amiibos.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, there are probably people over there right now freaking out about it.
They're
Nintendo.
squishy. Have you touched them?
Oh no, are they really?
They're totally squishy. You can squeeze them, and they are so adorable.
I can't get into it. Like, I've got my own problems. I spent $135 on a Fallout 4 Pip-Boy.
I'm gonna do that too. Let's all be honest.
What is wrong with me?
I think it's gonna be heavy though. I have little tiny
Probably.
matchstick arms, and I'm gonna be like, ugh.
We have one that's a clock watch that I wear as cosplay for these videos on
Oh.
GameSpot, and it like hurts my arm. And I was like laughing to my girlfriend when she got an Apple Watch, and now here's me with this
A
goddamn
Pip-Boy? Yeah. No, you gotta have a Pip-Boy. You gotta have a
terrible
Pip-Boy.
person.
That's way cooler than an Apple Watch. Sorry, Apple. Sorry. Don't hurt me.
I was down here earlier interviewing Tony Hawk, and the Nintendo conference was on. So the only thing I got to see was Star Fox Zero. So what were your biggest picks out of the Nintendo meeting this morning?
So I've been very skeptical about Super Mario Maker.
Oh yeah.
But
A
now
lot of
that
people
I've
have been.
sort of seen what it can do, like when I saw it at the Nintendo World Championships
Yes.
this weekend, I was like, okay, this looks kind of awesome. I don't know that I'll have time to make my own levels, but I do want to play other people's
Yes.
levels. So I'm looking forward to seeing what crazy things people come up with. I also am very curious to see how the Legend of Zelda Heroes, I want to see how that plays out. I don't know how that is gonna sort of work, and
I'm a little skeptical of multiplayer Zelda, like on 3DS because they've done it before and it was kind of okay.
And like, you know, Zelda spin-offs have been disappointing in the past. You think of Hyrule Warriors, never really caught fire.
I was hoping, I love the Hyrule Warriors on 3DS. I think that's a great idea. I was hoping for Splatoon 3DS.
That game is like actually getting really good positive waves. Like people are talking about Splatoon.
I have been playing Splatoon nonstop.
Really?
Nonstop. I'm level 18 now. I'm almost level 20. I'm almost maxed out. I finished all the single player challenges. I was watching it at the Nintendo World Championships, and I was just like, oh man, I could be doing this right now.
Yeah.
I could be on that stage. But yeah, no, it's so fun, and I am surprised they didn't do something like Mario Kart with Splatoon TV, because they already have sort of the Inkopolis, like the little hosts and everything.
You're right, yeah.
Surprised they didn't do a replay sharing feature where you can post online, but
you never know with Nintendo now, though, because they're able to do stuff post-release. They might just add it in there.
That is true. They might do that in DLC. And I really liked what Nintendo had to offer, but I think it was a lot of stuff we already kind of knew was coming. So
yeah.
I think I was surprised by what I didn't see, or I was surprised by what I wasn't surprised by.
Yeah,
I guess if that makes sense.
True.
I was really hoping to be shocked by a Wii U Metroid game, or some more actual Wii U Legend of Zelda footage. Like I would have liked to have seen more of that.
Yeah, it's a shame they decided not to bring it here. I guess it's a little bit of a ways away, but even like we saw some gameplay, it would have been nice to see some more.
Yeah.
One thing I actually barely caught out of the corner of my eye somewhere, and I don't know where it was probably Twitter. Is there Mario Tennis coming back?
I did see Mario Tennis, and it looks like maybe if you have Amiibo for it, or like
course.
somehow they get huge. They turn gigantic. They were all huge on the courts, like hitting at each other. It was crazy looking, but yeah, it looks really fun, and I guess this year. So I like that Nintendo focused on things that were coming out either this year or early next.
Yeah.
As opposed to like, here's something that's coming out in a couple years. Like I am so excited about Final Fantasy VII getting a remake, but it's like, how long is that going to be down the pipeline? Probably in 2 years when it's the 20th anniversary of Final Fantasy VII hitting the US.
2 years would probably be good. Like
this
could be a project that goes on.
That would be best case scenario, everybody. Best
Interesting, because Sony were very much, like Sony's conference was outstanding, but it was very much a future thing. Nintendo and also Microsoft actually focusing on stuff that's coming out this year.
It was like, here's the stuff you're excited about this year, and then Sony was like, here's some stuff that is going to make you freak out.
Yeah.
We put a saddle on a tidal wave of nostalgia and rode it into the show.
But that wave's it's not going to break for a while.
But now you got to wait for the water to subside to actually enjoy what we're bringing.
A tsunami of games from everyone else, though, right?
Oh yeah, this has been a great show for games. It's been about the new consoles for the last few years, and I think now we're finally getting into like the meat of the cycle of Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and Wii U. So this is like one of the best times to go to E3 and see all of the games, because this is when everyone is locked and loaded, like fully understanding of the hardware they're working with, and they can really start getting the most out of and expanding kind of what is capable on these consoles, which is so cool.
Totally, and it's all about the games at the end of the day. Ashley, thank you so much for coming on. What are you going to do next? You've got this massive show floor to go peruse.
I have to go check out the other hall. I'm dying to go see Fallout 4, but I haven't been to the other hall yet. I've just been like here. I did Morpheus earlier, and that was amazing.
It's really light.
It is really light, and also I got to do the really awesome demo of the London heist.
Yeah, I did that as well.
That was rad.
I jumped on the floor and shot over the top of the table.
I was littering. I threw my cup out the window, and I threw my can at my passenger. I was like, this guy is terrible. But then I was like shooting at people, and I loved how if you move the controller right next to the guy and you're pointing out his window, he leans back.
Oh, wow.
And he's like, whoa, okay, go ahead, and like lets you shoot.
Oh, that's cool. That's a new demo since the one I did at GDC then.
It was really cool. I was really impressed.
Awesome. Ashley Escada from CNET.com, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
I released you into the world. Have fun.
Thank you. Yes,
we'll be
it's
back.
time.
I've only got one more demo here on the GameSpot stage. Then Lucy James, who's just walking into my field of view, will be coming on. Hi, Lucy. We'll be back in a second, though. Rainbow Six Siege. Stay tuned.
Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's continuing coverage of E3 2050, and we are live in the West Hall right here in the LACC in Los Angeles, California, and I'm delighted to be joined by Andrew Witz. How you doing, sir?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great. You're wearing a Rainbow Six Siege shirt. That probably means you're on here to talk about Rainbow Six Siege a little bit.
Yes, I am.
First question right at the gate. Where's Ding Chavez?
Ding Chavez?
What are you doing to me, man? I'm old school Rainbow Six fan. Where's my boy Ding? Can I name myself Ding?
Well, we don't have Ding, but we do have a lot of stuff if you're an old Rainbow Six fan. Terror Hunt is back.
All right, tell me about that, Bob.
Well, Terror Hunt is back. It's going to have 4 modes, 3 modes of you as an attacker, and 1 mode is we as a defender. And we're going to have, and one of those modes is Terror Hunt Classic, which is the one you know and love, just breaking in, eliminating all the terrorists. What you saw yesterday is a new mode called Disarm Bombs. You have to break in, disarm 2 bombs, and we have made the most challenging AI yet in the Rainbow Six game.
Excellent. Yeah, the presentation yesterday was very bombastic. I think you guys have done a good job of trying to sort of communicate what this game is to people through the betas, through coverage game sites have been doing. At times it feels like this is, because Rainbow Six is a game that can be very, like the old Rainbow Six are very methodical and planning based, but then also when you think about Vegas or you think about what happens when shit hits the fan, it kind of gets crazy. How difficult is it to sort of balance those two worlds, like a sort of a slow pace, but then when it kicks, it really gets frenetic?
Well, we wanted to have an ebb and flow, so we wanted players to spawn into like a tense situation, or a tense mission, or a tense match on PvP, and then by being in a tense match, people just start talking, right? But then we have, it's very quiet in this in this demo we had yesterday in the hands-on. But then you notice as soon as you kind of break into the console and into where into the Terror stronghold, things just spike really quick, and you have to just you have to move, you have to talk, you have to communicate, you have to move tactically a bit, otherwise you'll get a bit punished. So it's this ebb and flow of silence and then a crescendo, and then it goes back down, and then once you plant the diffuser here, and then the tension rises right again, and the terrors come right back at you. So we've done I think we've experimented a lot, we iterated a lot, and find this ebb and flow of tension, silence, tension, this crescendo, right? Both on PvP and now with Terror Hunt.
Yeah, so PvP obviously was a lot of what we've seen over the past couple of months. So are you telling me, is everyone else involved in the terror side of this are AI combatants?
Yes, so we have, it's 1 captain and 4 other teammates, and everybody else here is all AI.
Is the setup different each time you load up? Like, because one of the cool things about Siege is there are so many different ways for the defenders, for the terrorists to sort of set up their barriers and their parameters and stuff. So each time you do this, does it change?
Yeah, so all of our design decisions in making the new Terrorist Hunt has been about replayability, like and players interacting with the sandbox. So now the AI is going to interact with the sandbox as well. So we basically, every single time you load up a match with Terror Hunt or a mission in Terror Hunt, it could be 2 versions of a map, so day or night, 3 difficulties, but we have an AI strategy manager that sets certain things and certain traps. Every single time you load up into Terrorist Hunt, there's a new puzzle for players to solve. We wanted to make it so that you never had the same experience twice in Terrorist Hunt.
Yeah. One thing, I'm delighted I got you guys on the stage, because when I was watching, I was freaking out. But this is probably completely wrong, but is this the same level from the first Rainbow Six game, the front of the ambassador's house? It looks like almost identical.
Well, we were definitely inspired by previous games ever since the get-go. We haven't been quiet about that. So in making a kind of a very Rainbow Fantasy, like unveiling Terrorist Hunt, we wanted to kind of keep it classic. So you're in a consulate here, and you're moving through, and it's similar kind of on purpose.
Yeah, I like it. The front definitely gave me that nice bit of reminiscing there. The GIGN guy here getting helped up. In terms of difficulty, one of the issues, I guess, with these games is that there's so many different pieces, mechanisms that a player has to learn. Trying to teach somebody how to play the Siege levels you were showing in the betas and that we've covered, that's kind of an easy enough concept to understand. There's a defending team and an attacking team, and you kind of have to, one team's role is the way it is, and the classes sort of fit into that. Having multiple types of these modes means that every single time you have a new mode, you have to teach the players something new again. In something like this, where you're trying to teach 4 people or so to work together against an AI, what are the challenges development-wise to try and communicate that stuff?
Well, you said it's about communication, right? It's about science and feedback, letting the player know what's going on in the mode, what's kind of going on for all, what are players going to get into on a very surface level, right? But again, because of the fact that it is a very tense situation, we found that because it's a very tense game, and no respawn certainly helps with that, and the high lethality.
Big Counter-Strike fan, I like that. That's why I'm so interested in this game.
So players actually communicate a lot more.
Really?
Yeah, because of the fact that they just start talking whenever it's a tense situation. Like, it's same thing people watch horror movies, and like they just start like talking about what's going to happen next, right? So we found that it's a very cool domino effect that happens here. And additionally, we want to make it all about the player experience here in Siege. As across all the modes, all of the players' progression, as they progress, you can progress and recruit operators regardless of any mode you want to do. So that helps us in the teaching component of, if you're a PvP player, you'll learn PvP by playing PvP.
Yeah.
If you're a PvE player, you'll learn and you'll progress and learn PvE by playing it, right? We're a very hands-on player-centric game. So the more you play, the surface level is very important, but then as you discover the depth, it's all about playing more and being interested and seeing all the different nuances you can do.
Another interesting thing about Siege when I was first playing the various alphas was that it was almost like people didn't realize you could just blow through walls. Like, you had to communicate that to the player that actually this isn't like a normal first-person shooter. You don't have to stay within the boundaries of the building. You can sort of make your own path through it. What's that been like for you guys, watching players kind of get to grips with that concept?
Well, we see players kind of they just kind of seek things out, they kind of test things out, and as soon as they test something out going, this might not work, and it does, all of a sudden they go, oh, wow. And then they experiment constantly. Like, players experimenting inside of this little playground, this sandbox we made. This is the most entertaining part of for us as developers. In the closed alpha, we saw so many amazing things. We learned a lot. And how to streamline and teach them a bit more. But just in general, the experimentation that players go through and the creativity and the things they come up with, both in the defense and attack, I mean, it's awesome. And that we knew that that's exactly what we wanted from them. And that's what they want from us now. So they get used to it, and they like it a lot more, so we're going to keep that there.
Yeah, presumably as well when you've got these complex game modes that obviously take a lot of resources from you guys to make sure that they play well inside of these or the levels play well inside of these various game modes. Does that limit the amount of levels then you then get to create? Like, how many levels can we expect to play in Rainbow Six Siege?
You will have 11. And there's two variations of each one. There's day and night. So it kind of changes things up in terms of visibility, reactions that people have both on both the AI and the players. So, but it was all about iteration for us. We had to iterate constantly, otherwise, it was going to be like a very strange experience. Wanted to be very consistent. Every single map has just as much creativity as the previous one. The sizes may change, but we wanted it to be it was very important for us that we nail that there was so much fun and it was still that awesome sandbox in all 11 maps. So we're still iterating here as we push forward to launch, but the players will help a lot with that. Have helped a lot with that with the beta. Sorry, with the alpha. So yeah, it's all about iteration. It's all about just constantly making it and testing and testing and testing. And that's helped us so much.
Awesome. Last question for you, Andrew. The Vegas games were super fun multiplayer-wise. Like, single player was excellent. Multiplayer was really good. I always had a bunch of like core friends who were really into that. When you think about Rainbow Six, you think about Rainbow Six Siege, are you stepping into the sort of esports aspect of it? Because it's sort of a difficult area to really stand your ground. Counter-Strike Go seems to be making a pretty good go of it now. So are you, with all this multiplayer stuff, are you trying to get into the esports side, or are you making this for, a couple of dudes and girls to play co-op with their buddies?
For us, our goal is to make a competitive tactical shooter. We want Rainbow to be a competitive tactical shooter about player creativity, and that's our mission right now. I mean, after October 13th, players want to take things into a different direction, and the community wants to take a direction. We'll follow the community.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been very vocal about that with the feedback we got in the closed alpha and tweaking the game based on so much feedback. So again, we'll follow the community wherever they want us to go. So they want to go to that direction or another direction, we're on board.
Awesome. When can we expect to play it, and on what platforms?
We're going to play it October 13th on Xbox One, PS4, and PC.
This year! Video games coming out this year. Andrew Witz, thank you so much for your time.
So much.
Really appreciate it. And best of luck finishing it up. It looks like a great game. Can't wait to see more of it. And thank you for watching my little part here on the GameSpot stage. I'm done for today, but the one and only Lucy James Games ready to come up here and do a much better job than me. So make sure you stay tuned right here on GameSpot.com.
GameSpot's coverage of E3 2015. I'm Lucy James, taking over from Danny O'Dwyer here on the stage with Mark Alexi, the creative director of Assassin's Creed Syndicate. So, Mark Alexi, let's talk about what you're showing this year at E3. We saw yesterday at Ubisoft's press conference, we had a kind of Jacob, sort of a better look at him. And then at Sony, you kind of busted out with Evie, the other protagonist. What was it like to kind of show the world these two assassins?
Well, for me, I'm very proud to have shown Evie yesterday, to have revealed her to the world. This is something that's been really dear to me, and it's been core to the game that we've been trying to build. So I'm kind of relieved to finally be able to talk about both Jacob and Evie, because the story is very much about those two characters and how they grow up, how they evolve, and from their very different personalities.
Yeah. So is it nice to be able to play with the duality of the two characters, like play them off against each other? Because I mean, obviously they're gonna have that sibling rivalry.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's exactly something that's in the game. So Jacob is more, let's say, more brash. He tackles situations head on. He doesn't think too much, and he always does things with a smile. He's someone who enjoys very much what he's doing. Evie is more reserved. She's more strategic in her approach to things. She thinks things through. And you can imagine the clashes that we'll have between the brother and the sister as they explore this world of Victorian London.
So let's talk about the twins themselves. So they come from Crawley.
Yes.
And they found their way into the thick of it in the big bad city of London.
Yes. They were both born assassins. And things are not going very well for the assassins in the 19th century. The Templars are firmly in control of the Industrial Revolution and the city of London itself. So London is kind of the center of the world at that time. It's one of the biggest cities in the world. It's the center of the Industrial Revolution. And one of the things that we're doing differently this year is that the players are not unraveling a strange mystery. The setup is laid out before them at the start of the game. The Templars are firmly in control of London. You know who the Templar Grand Master is, and our two assassins decide by themselves to go and destroy the hold that the Templars have on the city. So it makes for a nice open playground and open setting for our players to engage in.
So it reminds me a little bit of the Borgia influence in was it Brotherhood? When you know who the bad guys are already, and you go take them down.
Yeah.
So one of the ways that you can do that in Syndicate is gang wars.
Yeah.
Basically, can you tell me a little bit about this? Because we saw a little bit in the gameplay trailer.
So one of the ways that Jacob and Evie will try to take back London is through the street gangs. So the Templars control the street gang, and through those gangs, they control the working classes. So one of the ways Jacob and Evie will fight back against the Templar is by creating their own gang. And then from borough to borough, conquer the city and expand the influence of their gang. And they're going to be a super important tool for the player in the game, in the sense that you'll be able to recruit and power them up, and they'll follow you around. So if you recruit, for example, five gang members, and you hop on a vehicle, because you can climb on any vehicle that you want, they'll hop on the vehicle with you, open the doors, get in, but if there's not enough space, they'll hijack a vehicle of their own. So you're moving through the city with your own gang. So it feels really cool, fresh, and different than what we've seen in the past.
So you mentioned briefly vehicles there, and they have, we're getting a very big GTA vibe from that. You know, you just go hijack it, run some people over. The question I have, so in Assassin's Creed typically, you can't kill civilians. You'll get desynchronized if you kill civilians. What if, say, I'm trundling down the street in a carriage that I've stolen, and I accidentally knock into someone who's on the way to the bakery or something?
You'll see that our civilians are very good at dodging those carts. So they jump out of the way, because I don't think it would be fun for the players to just desynchronize as they mow through civilians. So still, we keep that part of the franchise, but we've done a lot of efforts to make sure those civilians move out of the way for the player to have fun.
That is good to hear. No unnecessary casualties on your watch.
Absolutely.
So the vehicle's new. You're kind of reinventing the stealth a little bit as well. So we're very used to this cover-based, hiding in the hay bales. But you're also bringing back whistling, which is a great thing that I really missed. So can you tell me a little bit about how you're reinventing the game that is so well known for hiding in the shadows?
So last year, Assassin's Creed Unity introduced a feature that was much awaited by our fans, the crouch. So, and you could snap on the corners of buildings. So what we're trying to do differently this year is we keep trying to improve the game. So we're moving to a soft snap instead of having a hard snap, so it's much more accessible and fluid. Fluidity is really a key word for us this year, making the experience feel more fluid for players, but also giving, for me, stealth is about manipulating the environment. So players have more tools now than ever. We're bringing back the whistle, but also we're trying to think about how our different tools can improve stealth. Throwing knives are a good example. So instead of just being used to kill enemies, you can throw them on a wall and create a distraction. So stealth gameplay has a lot to do with how you manipulate the environment, and players will have tools to do that this year.
So we saw in the gameplay walkthrough as well, throwing a throwing knife and not bringing down things on people. So there's going to be a lot more of that as well.
A lot more environmental usage for players to enjoy, and try to draw enemies with a whistle under one of those things that you can just throw a knife at and it falls on the enemies and kills them.
So let's talk about combat as well. So the Victorian era, that's when swordplay was kind of dying out a little bit. You know, you couldn't just carry around a broadsword anymore. So Evie especially has her cane, the sword cane.
Yeah.
So she's kind of got best of both worlds.
It's the cane sword.
Cane sword,
Our
sorry.
historian says it's really, really important. It's not a sword cane, it's a cane sword.
Sword. So how are you kind of basically like taking that into account, but still getting in some swordplay?
So it's an era more of concealed weapons, but it's an era of great innovations as well for combat. So our players will have a revolver, which is something that really changes the way you approach situations. When you have a 6-shooter, I mean, there are many different ways you can approach that situation, obviously, but it's not a stealth weapon. So you'll attract a lot of attention if you use it. No. So there are counterbalance to
it's
to
risk
its
reward.
power. Absolutely. Yeah. But in terms of weapons, we have brass knuckles. We've got the kukri knives that comes from the far side of the Empire, and we've got the cane sword. I almost said sword cane, but I'm
a bad influence. I'm a terrible influence.
But one of the things that changes about combat this year that we're trying to change is shift the opportunity to the player to take the advantage, take the offensive. So instead of staying and waiting for to counter enemies, this is not a winning strategy. You need to stun the enemies because they'll attack at the same time, and it becomes much more of a fluid dance between the enemies. And we're bringing back multi-counters, multi-finishers, and all that to make the combat more spectacular and enjoyable.
How difficult is it to kind of make your own mark on a franchise that is so well, it's revered, it's loved, and you have these familiar threads and strands in each iteration? How do you make your mark on that?
Well, we've been working on Assassin's Creed in the Quebec City studio since Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. So we take a lot of inspiration from that game. It was really, for me, one of the best ones in the franchise. But we brought to it a spirit of innovation. We were working on the Leonardo machines, the war machines, like the flying machine, the tank,
my favorite part.
and all those things. So I was really glad to have built those for Brotherhood. And the studio brings to Assassin's Creed Syndicate this spirit of innovation, which is why we have the rope launcher, which is an incredible tool for players to climb on top of buildings and zip line across the environment. We've got carriages, we've got all those things, bringing a second playable character. So I feel that this is our true innovation and modernizing the experience that we will leave our mark on the franchise.
And finally, I think I have to ask, because I live there, London. It's a great time period. It's a great city. I mean, what's it like kind of just, pouring more life into it?
For me, the more I look at London, the more I feel like we've had the opportunity to create one of the most iconic, represent one of the most iconic cities in the world. With the Thames in the middle is just so incredible, and it's not something that we've shown yet. You'll have to stay tuned to see more of it, but it brings so much incredible life into the city. It's filled with boats that I think will capture people's imagination. But it's also a city of landmarks. I mean, people, I know when I scouted London to build the game, I couldn't get into Westminster Palace, but it's something that we can put in the game, and there's a good, there's a fantasy there to be able to go into the halls of power. Other things like the train stations, which I think will amaze people. They were the cathedrals of their era, And there are just so many things for people to explore. And we've had a lot of people from London come work on the game with us. Lydia Andrew, our audio director, was born just across Charing Cross.
Oh, brilliant.
And she puts so much detail and attention to making sure that every part of the city feels different and that it feels like her home. And finally, maybe on London, one of the things that I love the most about the city is how each part feels very different.
Yes.
So from Whitechapel, in which will represent more the poverty of the era, to Westminster, where you have like the halls of power, politics, Buckingham with the royalty, where you feel that it's an empire. You'll have the South Shore, which is something that's completely different from what we see today with all the industries. So really have a different story to tell players as they move through the city.
Mark Alexi, thank you so much for joining me. Can't wait to play more of Assassin's Creed Syndicate when it comes out later this year. Which platforms, what date?
So it's going to come out on October 23rd on PS4, Xbox One, and later in the fall on PC.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Stay tuned here at the GameSpot stage where we will be having, well, next up, it's an iconic franchise. We're going to have some Star Fox Zero. Make sure you stay tuned.
To you by MSI Computers. MSI, #1 in gaming. Find out more at us.msi.com.
And then, of course, Microsoft closed out their press conference with one of their big franchise. We all knew it was going to come. Gears of War. They said Gears of War Ultimate Edition. It's the original Gears, remastered, modernized, coming out on August 25th. But it's Gears of War 4 that we saw the longer demo for.
Gears 4. They've dropped the of
you're
war.
Right. Very cool.
There's
Very,
no war
very
happening.
True.
There's just Gears. 4 of them.
Gears 4. And it starts off, and it's a guy we don't really recognize in a dark place, and then he's with a woman. Are they the new Marcus and Dom?
Yeah,
for
Marcus
Gears
and
4?
Anya.
Marcus and Anya?
Yeah,
but I mean,
they
she's playable right from the get-go.
Yeah.
It took till Gears of War 3 for Anya to take to
Yeah,
the field.
true.
But here we are. It's very dark. Right there, we see there are
Two moons.
And so I did a little Googling, and according to Gearspedia, Sarah, the planet that Gears of War takes place on, has only one moon. So
This
odds
is
are
another
this could be a new planet.
place.
Obviously, they share some technology. We see the
Chainsaws.
the Lancer. This shotgun on the Gnasher on his back looks
Yep.
very familiar.
Yeah.
It
looks really, really cool. I'm just having flashbacks to playing the first 2 Gears games in co-op, and I'm just so excited about it now. I'd never realized how much I cared about Gears until right now. Like, we're seeing it again, being like, man, I remember having so much fun with Gears. I'm looking forward to seeing more of it now. And, I mean, expanded fiction, sure, why not? This is a chance for them to actually try and tell a better story. I mean, the first Gears game had the most interesting story of it because it was laying out a universe, and this
it
is
had
kind
the benefit of being the origin.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
And if they treat this in a similar fashion, where they reset everything and kind of draw a line underneath all the other stuff that happened before and tell a new Gears story, it could be an opportunity to like go back to that first game and have an interesting story to tell again.
Don't touch that.
Don't touch
Look,
that.
It's not only that he touches it, he leans over it.
Yeah, he leans
and so
over
he
it.
gets
It's
like,
just like
right in his face. In terms of, new, you were talking about new fiction, we also see new enemies. So perhaps instead of, the emulsion inside the planet making locusts, it made these creepy, like more insectile enemies we saw right at the end.
Yeah, I mean the enemies that we saw, like when it first popped up, I was like, wow, it looks like Rex from Mass Effect.
It does, yeah.
So
Totally.
I just want to hear the Gears just sound like Krogan as they're shooting, as it's coming towards them.
Oh, I miss Rex.
Yeah,
oh man,
he's
what
great.
if Gears and Mass Effect were in the same universe?
He looks just like Rex.
Oh, look at his teeth.
Well,
except now.
Except now, yeah. And the main character
looks.
he looks just like BJ Blazkowicz. It's a bit like I remember people made that observation. That wow, he looks like BJ.
He does.
But yeah, I like the UI look. Evoking the same old Gears of War kind of familiar feeling.
And I just think graphically it looks fantastic.
Oh,
It looks
yeah,
great.
it looks. I mean, the Gears games are always stunning to look at, and chainsawing things is still rad. Apparently,
That's true.
yeah, as you can see here.
Are you guys sad to not see Doom-style dismemberment out of these chainsaw?
You know what? I'm
fatalities?
okay. I'm okay with it. I'm
Thank
all right
you.
with it.
Oh, and with that tongue party in the Gears of War guy, or the Gears 4 guy's face, we're going to wrap up here our post-show coverage from Microsoft's press conference 2015 at E3. We are going to be coming back at you in just a short amount of time. Let me check the schedule here, because we have got the EA press conference coming up at 12:30. That's in just 45 minutes. We'll be back with the pre-show. And so please come join us then. Get some food or whatever meal time it is for you right now. We're going to go eat. We'll be back to talk about EA here live from GameSpot HQ at E3 2015.
Well, that crashed. Oh no. Hello and welcome back to GameSpot's continuing E3 coverage. It is day one, and this morning we had a Nintendo Direct where we had the lovely Miyamoto-san revealing more from Star Fox Zero. And with me is Ali Rapp from Nintendo Treehouse, and we also have this lovely lady off stage demoing the game for us. Ali, let's talk a little bit about Star Fox. He's back.
Yeah, Star Fox is back. Fox McCloud is back. Peppy hair, Slippy. Everyone loves Slippy
the whole
for
team.
some reason. Falco. Yeah, and they're back, and they're going up against Andros.
Yeah.
So, you know, just kind of a lot of things that you love from the old Star Fox games are back, but it plays completely differently. So it's going to be a completely new experience for people who've grown up with it, and of course for people who maybe didn't grow up with it.
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm going to put my cards on the table here. I did not have a Nintendo 64, so string me up for that later. But this morning, before the Hordes descended on the Los Angeles Convention Center, I did get a chance to play Star Fox Zero on the Wii U. So let's talk a little bit about how the game handles, because it is gamepad heavy.
Yep.
And you have to kind of get to grips with that, and then it all kind of clicks. So let's talk about what the gamepad brings to Star Fox.
So we're actually going through the training mission right now. Sarah's playing for us, and what the training mission is showing us is that you think of it like your ship, your R-Wing, controls independently from your guns, okay? And so what you do is you have the gamepad gyro as your gun aiming. Yeah. So if you're familiar with Splatoon, you know, kind of that aiming mechanic. And then you control the ship, the R-Wing, with the sticks. And so what you need to do is you need to be looking at the gamepad to aim the guns.
Yeah.
And then you need to be looking at the TV to steer the ship for the most part. Because the TV is going to give you this kind of like big view of what's going on around the ship. Whereas the gamepad view is going to give you more of that like very detailed, okay, I'm hitting that enemy, I'm hitting that obstacle. So it's this really unique use of kind of that dual screen play.
Yeah.
To make it feel like you're actually in the cockpit of the R-Wing, right? Because that's what the gamepad view is supposed to be, is the cockpit view. And so, you know, of course, you've got the sticks, you've got the gyro, you've got the dual screen, and then, of course, you've got like the button moves, like you've got your U-turns and your barrel rolls, of course, and
well, of course, it would not be a Star Fox game
without
it.
the barrel roll. Yeah, the barrel roll does return. So right now, you know, the game is just teaching us the basics, getting us used to controlling the guns with the gyro, flying around things, target view. So what you can do is you can target onto an object, whether it's your objective or like an enemy, and you'll be able to then kind of fly around in this cinematic view. And I don't think Sarah can hear us, or else she would do it for us. But
so let's talk a little bit about, I mean, how easy it is to get to grips with 2 at once. Because I found that, because I was stupid, okay? I went straight.
You're not stupid.
Straight into the main mission because I thought I've played a lot of games. I can do this. Turns out I couldn't beat the boss. The lovely lady on the Nintendo stand felt sorry for me.
If it makes you feel any better, I died in the Corneria boss too.
That's good. So it's kind of crazy how how quickly things can go from being steady, just a nice measured pace, going through hoops, into oh my god, everyone's attacking me, help me.
Yeah. And so, what we want to do is we want to give people that feel for how it feels to control in an open space or on rails before they jump into something like that, and a boss or something more tricky like say maybe Area 3, which is also in the E3 demo. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, listening to how it controls, like, man, I don't know if I can do that. That sounds tricky. That sounds like a lot of things to keep track of. And, it is going to take you a little bit, but once you get it, like you said, it's just like, I get it, right? It clicks. You get it. It is intuitive in a lot of ways. Like, when it was presented to me, it was like, you're going to have the hardest time with this. It's so hard. You're never going to get it. Nobody's ever going to get it. Everyone is bad at video games ever. And so I went into it thinking that, it was going to be really tricky. But when I picked it up, I thought, hey, this is actually pretty intuitive. Once I understand that I need to look at both screens, and that the idea that the guns and the ship are controlled separately, then it kind of clicked, right?
Because, I mean, that's how it would be.
Right,
you know what I mean?
Like you don't, in real life, you don't steer your plane where you want to shoot.
No.
You shoot while you're steering the plane in a different direction. And so, yeah, I mean, early in the Nintendo Digital event, Mr. Miyamoto was talking about how we wanted to kind of simulate what it feels like to actually fly the plane, and that's part of it, right?
My favorite thing from that was that the idea from Star Fox not only came from the famous shrine that he lived by,
isn't that
was
funny?
the fact that he watched Thunderbirds. This,
the weirdest mishmash of things.
Weird things to come together to create something really great.
Yeah. It's a great story. So yeah, we're in Corneria now, which old Star Fox fans might recognize. There are some familiar things about Star Fox Zero, which will kind of bring you back. Of course, a lot of the characters return, some of kind of the areas. But it really is, especially with the way that you move around this space, and think about the way that you're controlling the R-Wing. Like, it's such a different experience. It's a different way to experience Star Fox in a lot of big ways. So it's going to be awesome. We also have the walker.
Oh, wow.
I wonder if Sarah
of course.
can hear us.
Let's kind of see if we can get Sarah to show us one of the big things. So this was a gameplay mechanic that was cut from the sadly never surfaced Star Fox 2.
So there were some, I think they were talking about that in the digital event, right? Talking about how some of those elements, like the walker, are kind of resurfacing. They wanted to share those things with folks. So let's see if Sarah can pick up the walker.
She's really into this.
She's really intent.
I think she's got it.
There we go.
It's kind of nice. Like, we see this in games like, obviously, Mario Kart 8 as a transformation, Sonic All-Stars Race Transformed. But this kind of gives it like a completely different feel, because it obviously not on a track. You're free to run around. Take the level at the pace that you want.
The walker's really good for. I actually like it because it is like, it's not quite as fast as the R-Wing, and it's a little bit more of a stable experience.
Yes.
Because you're not super worried about like controlling your height. And so if you need to like really focus on taking down enemies who are bugging you up in the air, especially like in all range mode when you're flying all around, I think it's super great for that. And of course, it's also good for exploring. Like, there'll be stages later where you go through tunnels, and you don't want to do that in an airplane, so you can go into the walker transformation.
But a nice thing you can do is that if you're in walker mode, you can hover. So if you do need to kind of be able to, you need to get up in the air quickly. You just kind of pull the throttle back.
There's some. There's the walker can do that. The Landmaster returns and has a mode sort of like that, where you can kind of hover above the ground. There's the gyro wing. So there's a few transformations that you can do in the game to kind of, change it up depending on what kind of stage you're going into, whether it's a more cramped stage or kind of a more stealthy stage.
So let's talk a little bit about what Star Fox Zero is. So Mr. Miyamoto said, we're pulling things from old games, but this isn't a sequel. This is kind of a fresh take, not necessarily a reboot.
Right, yeah. So I like to think of it as kind of like a reimagining. So if you're familiar with the Star Fox series and you're a fan, you're going to see a lot of things you're like, oh yeah, that gives me feels. I missed that. Like Corneria, like the characters. like the rings, things like that. But it's not the same.
Yeah.
And like for example, the boss in the end of Corneria is completely different.
Yes.
But that's not the only thing. Like I like to think about how even if it was a completely same game, which it's not to any of them, the way that you control the R-Wing is just like so fundamentally different than the way that you'd control the R-Wing in any of the previous games. It's such a different experience.
It feels like it's brought it into the modern age, and that so it's still going to hit on all of those nostalgia beats for people who played the original game on the N64 or on the SNES or whatever. But it's also accessible enough for new gamers because obviously Nintendo they brought motion gaming to the masses. They're continuing to do so with the Wii U, and being able to use the gyro is just sort of this new intuitive way of looking at it.
Yeah. I love the way that the gyro works. I love that it works. I'm the same way with Splatoon. Like you can use the 6 in Splatoon, but I actually prefer the gyro. Like it's quicker, it's more accurate. And the same goes for the way that it controls with Star Fox Zero. Like I love having my R-Wing control with the 6 and then the aiming be able to have that like quicker turn with the gyro. It's just, and it's like, if you think about, like if it were a Star Fox game from the old days and you brought it to just like a normal controller or whatever, like you've got like your 4 buttons or something, and it's like, it feels kind of flat, right? But now you've got so many new exciting things to learn that I'm just like, I'm really excited to pick this up. I haven't really like gotten into a Star Fox game since Star Fox 64, I guess you could count Star Fox Adventure. But not quite. A little bit different experience. And so I'm super excited to get into Zero and to just like kind of relearn what I thought I knew.
Yeah, about Star Fox. So let's talk a little bit about the story. So Fox McCloud and all his friends return. What is the kind of, is this kind of going to be running on the same themes? Is this a story we've seen before, or is it going to take us in a kind of new, unexplored territory?
Right. So all we know now is that Andros is involved, and Andros is still naughty pants. And it's up to Star Fox's gang, good gang, to take down Andros. But that's really all we're letting on.
The only thing you're letting on to.
Yeah.
Here is the giant boss fight that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
It's the weaponized flying fortress. Of course it is.
Ridiculous.
So, I mean, let's take a look at how Sarah's going to tackle this.
Yeah, and you can actually take this boss down in a couple different ways.
Yeah.
You can shoot down like all the top guns and make it fall.
So I was trying to take out each laser.
Yeah. Or what she did is she shot down one and then it toppled one of the sides. And what she can then do, let's see if she's going to do it, is there's like a little hole that she can go into with the walker. Yep.
Yeah.
And what she can then do is, let's see if she can make it.
Oh, yes.
Nice.
Okay. So this is a great example of just the transformation and how you can tackle things in different ways.
Yeah, and this way is totally optional. I didn't know about it until somebody at work was like, "Did you know?
Did you see
what?" So you can go in and take down the core, which is pretty cool.
I mean, we've kind of we've said how great the gyroscope is. Can you play it on just the game, the Pro controller?
TBD.
Teases at Nintendo.
Yeah. I strongly recommend really spending some time with the gyro, because it is a really cool way to play the game.
But that was the thing that with Splatoon, someone had a Pro controller and just attached a nunchuck to it, right?
Oh, I don't know. I always play with a gamepad.
Yeah, I mean,
whatever you crazy folks do.
Yeah, it's like you're gonna MacGyver it. Oh, Arch, taking it down.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, I've not seen this before, so.
But no, I died the first time too. Yeah, it took me a while.
Oh, and a nice salute.
Good job, General Pepper. I also like to think of, I think it was maybe Star Fox 64 when the voices were like, "My Emperor," like it was like the shaky voice. Yeah. It's my favorite part. I don't think they do that in this one, but.
Well, Ali, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And thank you so much to Sarah for demoing Star Fox Zero for us. When is it out?
I believe it's later this year.
Later this year.
I believe.
Check
Nintendo.com. Later this year? Holiday
2015.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you so much. Make sure you stay tuned here to GameSpot because we have tons more amazing coverage from E3 2015. Don't go anywhere. welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2015 from the Los Angeles Convention Center. I'm joined by an extra special guest who's joined me on the GameSpot couch. It is Tim Geddes from Kinda Funny.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
I am doing great. This has been a great E3 so far.
And it's
my
only
God.
day one.
Day one, I know. The beauty of E3, though, is it's one of those things where it's 3 days, but it's not really. It's really like 3 weeks leading into it. Then there's the negative day 2, negative day 1, 0, and then we get into this, you know?
It's strange because so much more has been happening the weekend before.
Yep.
Or as it's been unfortunately dubbed, the leakend.
The weekend. Oh, I haven't heard that.
The leakend.
I like that.
Because we had a lot of stuff
A
that
lot
just
of things were leaking. Some of them good, some of them bad, but you know, overall, yesterday at the press conferences, I was blown away. You know, when it comes down to it, Final Fantasy VII HD.
Final Fantasy VII HD, The Last Guardian, Shenmue 3.
Oh my God.
This was like a solid 40 minutes of people
Yes.
just going, what?
What? I never thought this would happen. You know,
Yep.
Microsoft killed it. Nintendo today,
Yep.
they did great. You know, so many things. Star Fox. All right.
Star Fox, I played it. It's great. I'm terrible at it.
I just watched you play that for a bit. So those at home, I think you saw that.
Yeah.
Wow. I love Star Fox. And like that was the thing when I got on the show floor this morning. I was like, I need to play this. I need to try
That's
it
what
out.
I did because when the doors opened and the masses just came in,
Yeah.
I was like, oh.
Gotta
So
get in that R wing.
that's the thing. I'm taking notes of what I'm gonna go.
I like that.
I mean, and sadly, Persona 5 is not playable. I mean, it's
Oh,
right
okay.
there. It's
Yeah.
it's in my eye line, and it's not playable.
Yeah, it's been crazy. So today we're doing live streams alongside you guys. We have our stage over there.
I
We
can
did
hear you guys.
Oh,
I'm
we're
I'm
loud.
trying to like
See what's up?
stare you out. See, see what's
you
going
should
on.
come over. You should say hi.
Yeah,
it's
oh, for sure.
totally different than this stage. You guys are professionals. We like to scream and make noise, and I'm sure you like to do that too. So you should come over, jump on the stage, and have fun.
I think
we started off the day with our Game of the Show.
Yeah, which
awards. We didn't announce it yet. Like we just talked about it, and we made face-size placards that we're
Nice.
going to give out to people, including Cisco, famous for the thong song.
You know what? I've been kind of cheating and looking at your
Yeah.
schedule, and I'm like, all right, so I got to be here for Cisco.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna write that in my diary.
Well, Cisco is a recurring guest, so he's going to keep coming back and checking in with us as he plays all these games at E3.
I just love the fact that he's here.
Oh, me too. Me too. Then what else did we do? Me and Nick Scarpino got to interview Tony Hawk about the new Tony Hawk's Pro
No
Skater.
big deal, just
oh,
Tony
no
Hawk.
big deal. No
so
big
we
deal.
had Danny O'Dwyer talk to Tony Hawk as well, and
Yeah.
he was saying that it was just unbelievable. I mean,
Yeah.
how is he? What is the man like?
Oh, he's such a good dude, man. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater holds a very special place in my heart. Like, I grew up with it, and it really kind of shaped who I am. Like, the soundtrack to that game is the soundtrack to my life, you know? Like, it
I
introduced
have a
me.
Spotify playlist.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
exactly,
it's just, it just kind of reminds you of that time
The
in your
time
life.
period, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's, it's special, and to see it come back, I'm excited for that. It's not playable here. I was sad. I was running around the Activision booth, running around stuff looking, but I didn't see it.
Batman voice, where is it?
Yeah, come on, man, come on. But yeah, there's been so much stuff here. Like I'm trying to think what else we've done. Like, well, what have you been doing? Let's talk about you.
So let's talk about me. So this morning, I've just basically been doing show prep. I kind of wandered around, snuck a look at some of the booths. I was on the YouTube stage with the you're kind of funny, with the Funhouse guys.
Funhouse.
who
Oh,
are
Adam and
really
them. I
great.
love them.
Adam,
Yeah.
James and everyone. So I did an episode of Dude Soup.
Great.
Which
Big
was
fan of that.
a lot of fun. And then I came here, and I've just spoken to Mark Alexi from Assassin's Creed Syndicate,
Great.
a game that I'm very excited for.
Yeah.
It's not only because it's set in London, but because I'm a big Assassins fan.
Oh, there you go. Well, that's fun.
So what else are you excited about seeing this week?
I am so excited about Amplitude.
Oh
I'm
my
a
God, is it
huge-
here?
Huge. Oh, it's here. It's here. Yes, it's here. It's playable. It's great. I got my hands on it earlier. I need to go back and play it. I'm
Did
a
you
huge
back it?
Amplitude fan. I did back it. Yes. Huge fan of
man.
that game. So I'm excited to really kind of get into it and see what the new one's all about.
So which press conference, if you had to pick, like Sophie's choice between your children?
Yeah, man, it's
Which
hard.
was
It was
your
a good
favorite?
year.
It was a
Here's the
great
thing.
year.
I'm a Nintendo fanboy. I've said it before and I'll
Yep.
say it again. They did not have the best Direct this year.
They didn't. They had like some really great moments.
Star Fox.
I loved the
Mario
Star Fox
Maker.
Odyssey.
I think that my pick for game of the show is Mario Maker.
Really?
It's good. It's deep.
Okay.
And I'll be able to play that forever, specifically when other people are making the levels and I just get to jump in there. But I got to give it to Sony, man. Like
They knocked it out of the park. Although,
Microsoft had such a great conference.
I mean, Microsoft were great when they were like, okay, we've heard you. Backwards compatibility, it's yours.
Yeah.
New controller, we heard you.
Yep.
It's yours.
Yep.
Gears of War Remastered. All this
Games,
stuff.
games. And that's the beauty of this E3. It's been games, and I love that. I think the backwards compatibility might be the second biggest announcement this E3.
Yeah.
Right behind Final Fantasy VII HD.
Oh, I know.
Can't believe that happened. So that's definitely my number one.
It's been a crazy. I mean, the only thing that could really top this off is Half-Life 3.
Half-Life. That's the only. I was telling Colin Moriarty, like, Half-Life 3 is the only announcement bigger than Final Fantasy VII HD. So maybe.
So
there's still a couple days. We'll see.
I mean, Gabe Newell.
He's somewhere.
Imagine.
I'm sure he's running around.
In a bunker.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
He's working on it. Tim Geddes, thank you so much for joining me, and I will be seeing more of you throughout the week, no doubt. I mean, you're literally just over there.
Right over there.
And also we have a shared war room, which is kind of awesome. Great food, great coffee.
Oh, yeah, it's good.
So make sure you stay tuned to the GameSpot and the Kind of Funny stage for all of your E3 coverage from this amazing year. 2015 is going down in history. Don't go anywhere. More amazing games coming right up. It's E3 2015. We are having one hell of a show. Welcome to the GameSpot stage. I am joined by Marcus Nielsen, executive producer on Need for Speed at Ghost Games. So you showed off Need for Speed at the EA press conference yesterday. How has the reaction been?
You know, overwhelmingly positive, I must say. You know, we always knew that we are pushing boundaries, right? You know, Need for Speed is about high production values, but this time around, I think that we're just doing something to knocking it out of the water, to be honest. You know, the Frostbite engine, together with a very creative art team we have, you know, makes the game really stand out.
Yeah.
And you know, we have this really cool thing of blending. We show this cutscene of what the narrative is going to be made up by kind of people, and then blending it through game graphics, and it's seamless, and you can't tell the difference. So we're reaching that point now with game and real looks really the same.
It's also an interesting way to kind of bypass the uncanny valley. Because it was so smooth, and I'm certainly, when I was watching it, here it is. You couldn't tell where the game started and where the video ended.
No, that was obviously the real trick, right? Yeah, we can now, as you play this game, obviously your car, the way you customize the car, will be part of that real world that you're seeing. Right? So yes, we are definitely now blending real and game to a degree that where people can't tell the difference.
So let's talk a little bit. So 2014, we didn't have a Need for Speed, which had been the first time, I think in over a decade, we had a year without Need for Speed.
Yeah, in many years.
Yeah, so what has that extra year given you?
So, it really happened, when we started Ghost Games 4 years ago, and we started making Need for Speed, and we made Rivals, and we shipped that in 2013. I think we actually spoke about that back in the day. Then we really stepped back and wanted to do the game we really wanted to make, and to do that, we need to understand what Need for Speed stand for. So, building up the brand from kind of game pillars, we spoke to our fans. What is the Need for Speed you want to be seeing? And fundamentally, that is the game we're building now. We're building the game that we know they want. And the response we've seen has been, as I said, spectacular. The announcement trailer we put out like a month ago 5.5 million views.
Not bad.
For Need for Speed is unbelievable.
Yeah.
So for me, it kind of feels like we've woken up this dormant population of people who love Need for Speed, and and now obviously here at E3 we deliver upon it because people can play it.
Yes, so let's talk a little bit about what the game involves. So there's kind of 5 ways of looking at being a racer, really.
So, with this game, we're going back to car culture, right? Car culture at large, getting the details right, getting the most iconic cars in that world. And yes, you got